What's up, Dub Nation? Good to have you. I just posted the website article. And so, yeah, interesting. I just posted the website article, so it's on the website now. And did I put it in the? No, I didn't put it in there. Put it in the comments yet? Let's see. Okay. Hope you can hear me all right. When I downloaded the new iOS or the new Mac OS, it kind of doing weird stuff. So I'm not sure. But anyways, everybody go here and like. Yay, we got a like from somebody. Woo! Latest article, please like. Boom. And I don't know if I will have time to do the X's and O's, although I was really close to finishing it. Previous website article, boom, there it is. Yeah. So hold on. Let me put if necessary next live. Let's hope not. Sunday, I'm going to guess 12:30 if we, yeah, I don't even want to think about it, but I just need to put it in the notes just in case. And get that ready. We just need to play better. I mean, simple as that. So that's the article. We have a new podcast, which is right here. What's up, Dub Nation? And this is the latest podcast. We also are on Spotify and, of course, to watch, listen to later. Tomorrow during your commute. I mean, we have some evergreen stuff. So that's the latest podcast. Game is on ESPN, and I've got NBC Sports Bay Area just kind of because hopefully this will be the last NBC Sports Bay Area broadcast, because they'll do the first round, but they're not allowed to do the next rounds. I don't think. I could be wrong on that. But anyways, yeah. Last broadcast for NBC Sports Bay Area. Hope so. Which is why I wanted to make sure that I put it on NBC Sports Bay Area. Sorry, I'm trying to do a couple things here. A couple fun things. Thanks for your patience. I'm glad you're here. Weird to have me in the background of myself. Referees for tonight. Again, not my favorite crew. And we will have... oh, this is an ad right here. We will have Bruce on later. Bruce, I sent you the link. Somebody just asked, was I surprised by the way we played? yes and no. If you listen to the podcast, then you'll know. In fact, why don't I just play it for you? What's up, Dub Nation? Rich with Let's Go Warriors here, and I'm about to give you our next podcast, which today is Friday, May 2nd. For me, it's 11:19 a.m. right now, so not a whole lot of time again. I've got to somehow figure out a way to edit these podcasts and get them out to you sooner than later, but it is a lot of work to edit a 5.5 hour live stream down to about an hour. Now, I want to just head right into it. I did rewatch the first quarter, or most of the first quarter of Game 5. And so, again, I don't know if I said it incorrectly just now, but Game 6 is tonight. And I watched the first quarter again of Game 5. And you'll see in the podcast that comes up after this intro that I really let Jimmy Butler off the hook big time. And he made, I count, 4 mistakes in the early goings of Game 5, unfortunately. And so during the live stream, the watch party, I said that, boy, he doesn't look right and he is probably dealing with his tailbone. Well, I looked carefully and I didn't see anything different with his gait. I didn't see any winces of pain. So perhaps he just played bad. And that kind of gets into my next thesis, which is, I hate to say it, but I think the Warriors and the veterans, obviously, it's always coming down to Steph, right? Always comes down to Steph. I think they tricked off Game 5.
Emotional roller coaster of the season for us to be able to, climb our way back into
you like that?
Relevancy. And then
let me go back to this. I put it in a little cool thing.
Get it done.
Let me show you guys. So right there. You like that?
There
are faithful and loyal blue red shirt on. Anyways, I put in a little Back to the Future right there. My own little flavor right there. Instead of a few moments later, the SpongeBob one. All right. So James Capers, I actually like James Capers. Won't give Dray a tech. That's the barometer. So he's one of my top 10. Mitchell Ervin, I like. Same as Capers, honestly. JB DeRosa, don't like. Mid. He's mid. He's of the Zach Zarba mold. Looks like him too. All right, and let's go to box score, and we won't get to the X's and O's. So let me fix the title because it's not. Although we are going to do X's and O's on here. Warriors Rockets Game 6. Will Jimmy Butler play better? You just got to play better. And who else will play well? We got to say Podz. Here's my thing on Podz. Just call it, Podz. So now you know Jimmy made 4 mistakes in the opening moments of that game, shockingly. Yeah. So we trick off games. We do. What are you going to do, though? As I said in the podcast, you just can't get a 35-year-old to take Game 5 seriously. You can't. I talked to Dean today, texted him. I remember in the previous pod, actually, when I was doing my edits and whatnot, he goes, "We have to play all out. We have to play all out." I got news for you. There's no such thing. We will never play all out in Game 5, ever again. Maybe back in the KD era. So, Dean, I know you're listening. You're at work, but you are an idealist. That is not happening. Sorry. And I will remember that the next time we have a closeout game, Game 5. It's just not happening. Now, you can either bitch and moan about that, or you can go, "Oh yeah, that is how we are. We're just like that. Isn't that cute?" You got to learn how to turn things into, isn't that cute? You want a good example? And it's hard. It's hard to do. But the moment you figure out how to do that, which is part of being high vibrational, your life changes. You know the feeling of gratitude. So I'm going to go live on, I'm going to go live here on Instagram. Kind of, they don't deserve it, but whatever. We'll go live regardless, because I have something important to say. I was just about to say it. So let me plug in my extender of the, how you call it, the battery, and we will go live on Instagram. And what time is it? 5:58. Better hurry up, Rich. Let's see. Game 6, play-by-play, then post-game, NBA feed, engage on YT, link in stories. Oh, can't do that. NBA feed. Let's see. Shit. Play-by-play. Let's go PBP. Link in stories. Link in story. These. Can't fit it. Link in stories. Here, comma. There we go. Copy that. Boom. Switch that around. Go live. Okay, we are now live on Instagram. Game 6, play-by-play coming on. But per usual on Instagram, I like to send everybody to YouTube where everything happens, where everybody knows your name. So what I'm going to do is turn this around and see a little bit of my house, but turn this around and hope you can see the screen. Let me check this. Oh, there we go. Let's see. You can see some comments. Okay, that's not the most perfect setup. And I've accidentally flipped around the... Oh, I flipped it around by accident. How did I do that? Oh, here we go. Yeah, so you can see my setup here, you guys, on Instagram. I got my big screen TV behind my laptop. Laptop's angled in a way where everything's an angle. But anyways, I was just about to launch my thesis, which is we do trick off games. So I wanted Instagram to hear before I said it. The Warriors trick off games, and we tricked off game 5. I know this because I studied the X's and O's. I studied the now I lost my right screen here. I studied the X's and O's on it. Rewatched the first quarter. It was ugly. We went down 20-8. Jimmy Butler was not good. Made 4 mistakes. 4 mistakes in the first 6 minutes. Podz wasn't good. I wanted to say, which is not being said anywhere else, I love Podz. Obviously, we had his dad on here on our live stream on YouTube. And but the problem is he gets a little overconfident. If he makes the first shot, then I'm worried. It's kind of like, do you guys remember the old, maybe you guys don't because you're too young, but you remember the old Michael Jordan? The screen didn't work. Michael Jordan once said, the way he defends Clyde Drexler is if Clyde Drexler makes the first 3-pointer that he shoots, then he's happy. Michael Jordan is happy about that. Why? Because Clyde Drexler will want to shoot the next 5 shots. I saw Bruce GP2 is starting. I would have guessed Quentin Post. And by the way, Bruce, I agree with you on that. I would have gone with Quentin Post. But also, I trust the coaching staff. So whatever reason they wanted to do that, maybe because of our bad point of attack, I'm cool with. Yay, my screen works. So yeah, GP2 starting. And I just get my lucky well, it wasn't lucky in game 5. So back to my thing. We do trick off games. With these old guys, we're never going to play a good game 5 as a closeout game. Never. I've that's what I learned from watching the tape. So I'm worried if Brandon hits his first shot. I really am. He gets too overconfident, and then he'll, like last game, trick off the next 2 field goals and dribble off his foot. Like, no, I want you to pass the ball to Steph. I don't care what it takes. Get Steph touches, play make, get Jimmy the ball, whatever. But, let's get Steph some good looks that don't require him to do a hero ball first. That's the other thing, which we learned in after game 2. Remember? Steph tried to steal that game and tricked off that game. Anyway, what else we talk about? There we go. See what I mean? Brandon doesn't start. Yeah, he got demoted. And I told you why. I just told you why right now. Game 5 was awful. Just I want to say selfish, but I get it. Maybe you wanted to help out the veterans and say, "Oh, I got this first quarter for you guys." Nah, man, you can't be dribbling off your foot, man. Not in the freaking playoffs, but or missing shots, taking hero shots. So, but that's this is. I don't come on here to indict people or throw guys under the bus. So, GP2 starts in place of Podz, and that's fine. What else? Drive safely, Dean. All right, Bruce. Looking forward to having you on later. Let's go Warriors. Smelly mouths in house. Yeah, let's not kick Podz down when we're criticizing them. 24 plus shot attempts. Oh, thanks, Amy. Ooh. Hey. Yeah, it's my Yo Murray Giants jersey. I like it. I gotta screenshot you, Amy. Thank you. Okay, let me look for my way to send myself screenshots, which is the old-fashioned way. Sorry for the delay. Just trying to get my windows resized and whatnot. They are not of optimal size yet for my 3 screens. There we go. Okay. No jinx, please. Yeah. You don't even be saying Steph's going to drop 42 tonight. Like, it's like, it's a little too fanatical for our taste here. Listening while working. Yay, Mob Psycho. Don't go psycho on us, Mob. If we go, you gotta weather the storms. You gotta weather the storms. Okay. Is it shocking though? But like, sort of, I'm trying to explain sort of on Let's Go Warriors. It's not that shocking that Gary would start in place of Podz, because man, that first quarter tape, man, Podz comes out, hero ball 3, swish. Remember that? Then he comes back next time down, He's shooting at 12 seconds, just like what Steve used to say on the podium, which at the time people were joking that it was a throwing Jonathan under the bus. But oh man, that applies to everybody. Thanks, Noberto. That's why you're a blue wrencher. Positive vibes. Let's throw up the back screen. We'll listen to the podcast after this game. Yeah, I'd like to think that it'll be on your list. And if it's not, tell me why, man. Tell me why. Like, seriously, because like I'll take feedback on the podcast stuff, but I really am confident that me and Dean and Bruce tonight and everything Let's Go Warriors, we are a diamond in the rough. The stuff that we talk about, first of all, way better content than talk show, sports talk radio. Way better. That's not a high bar to leap over, though. I've listened to the other ones. I've listened to somebody, actually a Warriors cheerleader. Wink. Nah, just kidding. No, but true. Let me show you it. She posted the Zach Lowe, Bill Simmons podcast that praised Draymond. And also they went into other stuff. And so I got to thank her for that. I listened to that. That was good. That was good. A little too Ivory Tower-ish, in my opinion. Very, can I say this? It's very, you know what I mean. Draymond's podcast has a style. My style is like all the cultures combined. That's what I think my style is. Because we've done that. We have everyone all over the world. All the blue wrenchers. Do me a favor. All the blue wrenchers, all the blue wrenches or whoever, please type in the comments where you are logged in from right now. Thank you. We have the most diverse channel ever. I mean, I'm sure there's other most diverse Warriors channels ever. Like everything, like all over the world, Asian, Europe, Kiwi, Australian, Philippines, Brazil, Argentina, like the list freaking goes on. And I it's oddly enough, it's representative of like the international flavor that I like. I like to respect every culture, even the ones from Saginaw, even the ones from West Oakland. Shout out Bushrod. Shout out Golden Gate Rec Center. Shout out what's the other one? Willie Keys Rec Center. Even the ones from East Oakland. Shout out Damian Lillard. Shout out Juan Toscano Anderson. Shout out Brookfield. Shout out all my guys. Paul Bates, rest in peace. Shout out Ira Jenkins Rec Center, which is nearby. The other one that I can't remember the name of, in the hood, right over there. The other one that's nearby Ira Jenkins, which, man, I can't remember the name of, but we had some games there, man. It's all like concrete. They may have renovated it by now. So back to, I tend to go on tangents, but we are so diverse here, and our podcast, yeah, you tell me. Our podcast, I think, just is however amount of time it is, whether it's 34 minutes, that was 2 podcasts ago, or the last one, which was an hour. Oh, and you should watch it on YouTube, because I put in the Back to the Future thing. I thought that was good, man, because that means we're going back in time to grab an interview from before, yeah, man. I really think our podcast is the best. I'm going to sit here like Brandon Pajemski and be a dick about that. But I really do think our podcast is the best. And tonight we're going to get Bruce. We need to get a female voice on there as well. I need to find somebody, but I'll work on that. But like, just I can't wait to hear Bruce's accent. Anyways, I went kind of on a tangent there on our podcast. You guys on Instagram, hear me out, man. Go listen to our podcast. Spotify, Let's Go Warriors. 3 words. Just go find it. It's out there. iTunes, Spotify creators makes it quite easy. So where are we? I am so behind on the freaking another one's from the Netherlands. Oh, we got 2 from the Netherlands. I'm so behind on the comments. Moses. Ah, Smelly Mel's is in New York. Yeah. Bruce is from Haiti, though. Oh, thanks, Dennis. Appreciate you. I'll screenshot that one as well. All right, we're going to tip off pretty soon here. I hope my feed is my NBA feed, or my NBC Sports Bay Area feed is not delayed or anything. Oh, by the way, I should say, Dennis, wait till I start promoting our Discord server. You ain't seen nothing yet. Go ask, look at all those Let's Go Warriors. Go ask, Piece of D's in Oakland. Yeah, what part? Oh, thanks, Dean. Dean's working on the timestamps. Oh, gosh, that's so much help. All right. I will find joy when we win. Yeah, Dean, find joy. Yeah. Boy, we're about to tip off. Are we streaming the game? Sorry, Twitch, we're not. But I think it's like tv.app.to is like the Stream East 2.0 or something. Go check that out. Make sure Fred doesn't get going early. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see about that. Yeah. Sorry I missed all of your comments because we're going to start right now, and I don't want to miss any little thing. So tip off. Draymond tipped it off, but Amen got it, and Sengun applied just enough physicality on the tip. So Sengun wins tip. All right, Fred and Gary, left side. Sengun post up Draymond. Here we go. Dylan looking for handoff. Oh, they're going to go inside. Amen. They're targeting Steph. Steph foul. They did that last time. The other night on an ATO, they went attack Steph, and it was Dylan Brooks who attacked Steph that one time. So they're targeting Steph this time. That's why he's nodding. So target Steph down low. Fouls Amen. Here comes Jalen. Oh, Buddy Hield. Okay, Buddy Hield started. My fault. Sengun missed. And Gary with the rebound. Wow, Buddy Hield and Gary. Interesting. And the 3. Steph. Oh, hero ball right off the bat. Catch and shoot, no good. Well, I guess it's not a hero ball. My fault. It's not really a hero ball. Catch and shoot, miss, right wing. Jalen, Buddy on him. Find Sengun for dunk. What happened there? I think Jimmy was in the right spot if I need to blame somebody. I'm going to rewatch on my laptop if I can. Jimmy to the nail. Yep. Short line drive. And when he shot that was when my laptop was showing the Sengun dunk. So Jalen for 3. Hero ball. Missed it. Actually, Sengun getting a dunk was either that or Fred would have been open. So anyways, Jimmy attacks from the corner over to Draymond. They leave him shoot 3, and it's a swish. 3-ball swish, Draymond Green. All right. 2-ball Dylan missed it that time. Dylan wanted a foul. Steph, no call, which is great. Finally. And we'll go Jimmy and Jalen ISO. Amen's there to help. He goes to the nail. He gets it out to Draymond. Wide open again. Missed it in and out. That's too bad. All right, up top. Jalen, jab step. Bye-bye, buddy. Into the paint. Fadeaway 2. Short. Jimmy taps it, but it goes right to Brooks. Outside Dylan. Finds Fred. Corner. Steph close out. Too late. Steph says, my bad. He fell asleep there. You could tell kind of. I'm watching it on the replay. Yep. He was really late. He's on the wrong side of the floor. Buddy Hield up top, missed 3. We're down 3-5. And Amen takes Draymond, but travels. Good job by Draymond to apply, what would normally be a no-hope defense against downhill Amen. So that was kind of scary. That was really scary when you rewatch it and you see Amen kind of isolated coming downhill and he travels. So we got lucky, I think. Pick and roll, buddy, nothing there. Draymond. Fred threw Draymond in. And see, I like Capers. He's checking to see if Green had him. But they're going to call it on Draymond. Bad screen by Draymond. And they didn't call the Fred push. That's the problem. And that's why Draymond kind of retaliated, if you will, on Jalen. So Dray screen. Yeah. We're going to challenge us. Push by Fred, no call. Bad screen, Capers conferred with DeRosa. I told you. Did I not tell you? DeRosa is mid. I know these refs, man. So we got a challenge. Great challenge. Because Fred pushes him in. See that? That's a horrendous non-call by Jace Capers. So, but is it Keystone Cops? And are we going to lose the challenge because of Keystone Cops? Do you trust the refs will catch Fred's push? Yes or no? Simple poll. Capers is there. I just, because the whistle was way after that. It just, they're going to screw up. They're going to say, they're just going to say, here we go. Oh, they're going to give a flagrant. Oh, it wasn't even a challenge. My fault. Horrendous. So they didn't even see that. They review it they missed the call. Horrendous. Again, Keystone Cops, just absolute Keystone Cops. Why do you think he wound up? Why do you think? You think he would just wind up for no reason? So I'm not arguing that. Yeah, it's a flagrant, but there's a reason why there's a flagrant. So if you get the first domino right, and that's the problem with Adam's Keystone Cops, right? It's a domino effect. That's the part that Adam doesn't understand, right? What Adam Silver doesn't understand is that there's a domino effect when it comes to the game. And this is an example of that. So huge example. So anyways, turnover, and they hit 2 free throws, 3-7. Go down inside the Sengun, and Draymond can't do anything about that. Too big, too deep of a catch. So now we're down 9-3. The good news is we're only down 9-3, despite all that crap. Buddy out to Gary, over to Jimmy. Jimmy against Dylan. Screen by Gary, goes away from it, attacks, and takes it himself. He had Draymond, but he took it himself, which is the right call because I don't trust Draymond to finish stuff, even though that was wide open. All right, 5-9. Jalen out to Sengun up the circle, fakes a shot. Now he wants to take Draymond. He charges into Draymond. No call. This is horrendous. So Capers sucks. Wow, so obvious. Jimmy goes and he throws it back out to Gary in the corner. This is crap, man. Jimmy inside out to Draymond, over to Gary, 3 ball, missed it. 5-11. Steph steals an entry pass. Dylan fouls him. They didn't call it. Should be a take foul. Throws it behind Gary. Turnover. Oh, man. Amen up top. Jimmy. Screen Dylan. Switch by Steph. Good job by Steph to blitz. Jimmy's kind of in his zone. Goes to Dylan Brooks. Nearly airball. That was a bad shot. Gets it to Jimmy. Scores it. And he yells at Capers because might have gotten hit by Dylan, although I didn't see anything. I didn't think that there was any contact, but I don't know. Stared at him a little bit. Jalen Green, very tough shot in the corner, no good. Tapped away by Amen. Out of bounds, our ball. Down 7-11. Jimmy's going to go yell at him, yeah. We got a timeout. Podz was the first one on the floor to congratulate people. Nope, didn't touch him there. Yeah, so Capers has been a blind mouse so far. It's very anger-inducing. I ain't gonna lie about that. It's anger-inducing, and the whole thing I told you about what Adam doesn't understand about the game is that there's domino effects. And so you don't get a guy like we had to understand that when I ran my league in Oakland. Piece of D. It would have been great to have you in there, but my league is defunct now. But yeah, like we would understand why a guy would be so physical. Like either he's just physical and he's instigating it, or maybe there was a reason behind that. And the best guy at that was not only Paul Bates, RIP, but also Tony Booker. So if Tony Booker is out there, or maybe his son is watching this live stream, go tell your dad, man. I appreciate you, man. All right, 4 in the playoffs triggers 1 game suspension. So Draymond has 2 of them already. Maybe get that rescinded because of the push non-call. Anyways. They've got to at least try. And but it might not matter because of the Draymond rules. You know. The Draymond rules means that he gets an exception on positive things. Anyways. Oh, we got Bloomer needs to take a break again. Bloomer with the Snickers alert. What do you think Draymond was telling Buddy? I missed it. Give me some context. Well, Well, all right, Podz in the game over to Dray. Dray and Fred hounded, and Steph comes around the corner, doesn't shoot the three, but hits the two-pointer. There you go. Don't settle. You got to hit the two-pointers first against Houston. You really do. The threes come later after you establish the twos, and that's what Bruce has been saying for every game that we played. 9-11, we're down. Sengun up top. Fred trying to shed Steph, finally gets the pick. Open two ball, no good. Draymond tip, goes right back to Sengun because Amen stole the tip. So you got to grab it with two hands. (9-13). Steph, step back three, feeling it. So that was the, ooh, I feel it after the push shot. So 12-13. Fred, screen by Sengun, sheds Gary. Fred, Gary gets back. Amen baseline. Jimmy in the paint. Amen fade. Bad shot. Air ball. Outlet to Podz. 2-on-1. Upstairs to Gary. Podz delivers. Great defense. And Sengun travel, I think. Look up and there's a turnover. Maybe it's a, oh, maybe Podz took a charge. My fault. Yep. Bad screen. Good job, Podz. Podz is good at those. Moody's in the game. Who did he come in for? Well, Quentin Post's in the game as well. So he came in for Draymond. Jimmy and Steph. All right, Jimmy and Fred. Right wing. Cross court. Moody to BP. Back to Moody. Attacks Steven Adams. Euro step. Nearly good disruption by Steven Adams, but then it tips out of bounds as he and Tari could not track it down. Our ball. We're up 14-13. Thanks to the last getting in transition. The other thing that nobody's talking about is that a lot of Warriors fans are, being low vibrational about, there's a chance Houston could come back down to earth. They played two really awesome games. Steph, bad pass, but it should have been a kick ball, but he threw it at Amen's foot. Well, steal. He's got 2 turnovers now. Adams inside, scores. Quentin didn't provide enough physicality there, in my opinion, but that's 2 turnovers, right? Yep. If he gets 5, I'm worried because we're 1-6 all time. Jimmy attacks, draws a foul. DeRosa called it. Tari Eason foul. So good job by Jimmy to take over. Foul on Tari, right? Let's see. Yep. We'll go to the line. So again, I think Houston will come back down to earth a little bit. And nobody talks about that kind of stuff, right? Houston has played, even in their loss, a couple of really good games in a row. Don't be surprised if they came back down to earth. And we're a better team than them when we're at their peak and they're at their peak. And DeRosa calls another charge for I guess a bad screen is a charge in a way, right? But Podz took another charge on Dylan. How many fouls on Dylan? Yeah, it just trampled him, and they had to think about it. They had to go, oh wait, should I call that for the second-year player? It seemed like one foul, Dylan. Podz fakes everybody out, draws three. Quinton post corner. Good closeout by Tari. Find Jimmy for three, in and out. We're up by one. Steven Adams, high screen. Now it's QP. Bots get back. Good job by QP. Podz on Fred. Crowds him. Good job using his hands. Reaches in at the last moment, though. So you played, where's the shot clock? You played 14 good seconds of defense, and then you screwed it up right at the end. 14 seconds of good D, then reaches in. So 2 free throws with us up by one. Makes the first tie ball game. Pretty obvious call there. I don't know if Podz was doing the usual arguing. I think it's a bad look when you argue everything. It's a bad look when you argue an obvious one. Like, what's the ref going to do now? He's just going to like, oh yeah, okay. You just argue every single time. Like, young players got to learn how to not do that. Moody will shoot from up top over Steven Adams. Realize Steven wasn't guarding him, so he popped it. 19-17, we're up. And we got 3:22 left. Jabari in the game. Fred controls. Jimmy screens Steven. Fred pulls up over QP. It's good. Man, he's still hot. Dang it. Fred's got to come back down to earth, man. 2019, Houston. Moody and Steven Adams. Gets a couple screens. He's open, but he goes inside to Jimmy, back out to Moody. Moody attacks Steven. And the scoop is not there. Jimmy taps it, but it goes right to Fred. Tap to QP, who's, a little slow-footed. Fred pulls up again, missed it. Long rebound, got it. His own. Back out. Tari resets it. Jabari up top. BP on him. Height advantage. Knocked away by Jimmy. Steal. Here comes Jimmy from the pass, and QP will connect 94 feet later. Great steal. I think it might have been BP. We'll have to see what the official scorekeeper writes in the book. Tari catch shoot over BP. Good. They gave it to BP. Cool. Steph brings it up. Foul by Fred. Finally called one. Fred's like, yeah, I fouled him. And it's like, I don't care about that. I care about the ref finally called one, man. Call those damn ones. It's been happening all series. We got a timeout. 2:07 to go. What's up, Melania? Bloomer's always in the comments talking about timeout. Like, you got to be very, very, very judicious with your timeouts, even more so than this was after I researched it. It's like you get 7 timeouts a game. It used to be 7 timeouts in the first half. It's like you used to get double that, but I might be wrong on that. But you had way more back in the past. So this is one of the rule changes they made. So you can't just arbitrarily go timeout when, especially you're going to get a TV timeout, being the home team. Like, unless things go really haywire, then you want to save that one because they add up. You want to have 3 by the time you get to the fourth quarter. And So you can't call more than 4, right? You can't call more than 4 timeouts spread amongst Q1 through Q3. You definitely need 3 going into Q4. So stop it. We're going to monitor your complaints, Bloomer. That's what happens. So, yeah, to just there's another one, right? Like let's count the I wish you were my neighbor, Bloomer. I would check in on you and I'd find out what is really the issue, because there's something going on and you got to go find out what that is. It's the case with everybody. It's not basketball that gave you a bad day. It's not the Warriors that frustrates you. It's the other things that's happening that seep into everything else. So, I don't need to be told all these things on my channel, right? And I don't need to be told this, like, Quentin post for 3, no good. Like everybody, I want high vibrational, and if you're not, then leave. Even on Instagram, like, if you don't want to be high vibrational on here, then just don't talk. Because if you bring the bad vibes, then I'll ask you to leave. So you can leave the channel, just leave. Because I don't have time for you. You're wasting my energy, and that's the last time I'm talking about it, Bloomer. Steph misses a 3 from the corner. Like, you're just making it worse. Like, you're probably sitting there going, haha, I got you. And that's the point. That's what I'm saying. Right? So I don't have time for that. And I'm giving you my energy right now because you've been on the chat before. And we've been through this over and over again. But, if you're going to do these things, just leave permanently then. Like, it'd be a lot nicer to not have all those, oh, the Rockets are so this, or they're so awesome that, or, like, oh, we need to call the timeout here. And then just like, when do you say, let's go Warriors? At which point? So, okay, done with that. There's a foul. Steph can't believe it's a foul on him because Sengun probably flopped again. Sengun, look at that. The flop, clearly. They show a flop. Another one. What were we going to do about these flops, Adam? Like, you can't be like claiming you got poked in the eye when you never got poked in the eye. Craziness. That's horrible. That's just absolutely horrible. Sengun, elbow, doesn't shoot it, holds it. Now he's going to go one-on-one Draymond. Loses it. BP's not there. Shot clock violation. Haha, gotcha. All right. BP brings it up. Steph screened by QP. Steph and Adams and Jalen loses the ball again. He just bad dribble. Jalen dunks it. 3 turnovers. These are high school turnovers, man. Actually, he tried to pass it, and it went right to the tree trunk of Steven Adams. Inside the QP at the nail. Looking, got Podz in the corner. Adams rushes out, and he throws it away to the other team. Here we go again. Well, we're definitely not winning if you're throwing the ball to the other team. 4 seconds left. Jalen up top, Moody, all over it, blocked it. And Draymond's going to yell at BP right after Steph. Yeah, I mean, you just got to be perfect. Pod's giving him the look like, yeah, okay. But honestly, Draymond's right and Podz is right. But yeah, someone needs to light a fire. 25-21. We're down. So the good news, we held them to 25. The bad news, we only scored 21. Is it his injuries or okay, let's do a poll. Is the injury that was his left hand, by the way, before we do the poll. So you guys know that, right? Last turnover was Steph's left hand, FYI. But okay. Whatever. I maintain openness. I could be wrong. Take a poll. Are the turnovers due to Steph's injury, bad decision making, or is it related? So I guess it's really the choice between the two because the combination of both implies the injury. So I'll give you that. I'll give you guys that. Should be a 3-choice poll, but if I go combination of bad decision making and the injury, then you'll go, but that is the injury. So okay. Draymond for 3, tough shot, but he followed it and nope, trickles right to Fred. So I don't know about that shot, man. What was that in the shot clock? Throw to Steven Adams, hits his foot. They didn't call kick or anything. I guess kick is more of a defensive thing. Yeah, 14 on the clock. Draymond shot a 3. Sengun bricks it from the baseline, a little out of his range. And Jimmy goes 94 feet, ends up on his back, hit, foul. So I hope he's all right, but bounces up. So he's looks good. I mean, if you have 3 guys on you, it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, you got to look for the help, and you got to go with the usual fundamental pass, not a sling pass of the bounce variety, which was the lefty wraparound he was trying to do. Anyways, QP and BP over to Sengun in the corner, Draymond. QP's there to help. Steven Adams banging, gets out of the paint. Sengun hook, missed it. QP tap, it goes way out to Holiday. He'll shoot a 3, reload, and he got it. Draymond's complaining to Capers. Capers nods about something. So pretty good defense. It's just the tap went right to Holiday. Almost got an assist for that. Anyways, Jimmy finds Draymond sneaking on the baseline against the zone, scores. I think it was zone. Fred tries to turn the corner on BP. Back up top, Steven looking to pass per usual to Sengun. To Fred, got the screen. Now we double. Goes inside, Steven Adams dunks it. That was a risky double by Draymond, and we paid for it. QP for 3, brick. Not even close. Moody fouls Fred on the rebound. Down by 5. And now it's Fred and Mo. Blocked by QP, but fouled by Moses. Capers calling this one really closely. Strange. Steve's going to look at the replay. We get a chance. Oh, should we challenge this? Oh, that looks clean. Wow. We're not challenging it. I don't believe it. Wow. Now, Moody fouled him way earlier than that, but same thing with the Draymond flagrant, and can't go back in time for that. Can't go to the first domino. But I thought that was all ball. So now we're down by 7. BP up top, over to Draymond. They're in the zone. QP, corner 3. He finally made one. Good lift. It looked like he really put some attention into the arc that time. Good arc. And breaks the drought. So 7 points becomes only 4, just like that. Fred, now QP helps. Fred turns the corner. Kick it to Jabari, who attacks Jimmy. Over Draymond, it's good. Too tall. Draymond's going to yell at DeRosa about something. So is Steve. I think it's a 3-second call, I think, on Steven Adams. Let me see. We're watching it. Yep. Should have been 3 seconds on Steven Adams. Anyways, it was close. 2.9 minimum. All right. Moses down the lane. Blocked by Steven Adams. Shot clock violation. Why not just pull up for the 2? Went all the way into trouble. Now down 6. Fred carrying the ball a million times, and he throws it away. Draymond got a hand on it. Outlet to Moody. Moody Drives to the elbow. Now he pulls up and he scores. There you go. See? (30-34). Need a couple more stops. Adams over to Holiday. Open. Push shot. No good. Draymond grabs it. The rebound went up high. Jimmy provided the defense, and he'll take Steven, good defense. Back out to Draymond. Fakes a handoff. Drives on Sengun. Loses the ball. And he's saying he had me on the hip. Let me see if there was. Yep, there was. It's I wouldn't call it in the playoffs, but they've been calling it on us, so it's kind of unfair. Fred gets Quentin, turns the corner, and Amen's going to try and dunk it. Missed it. Moody was there, but Steven Adams too close to the bucket. Now Steve calls timeout. So feels like we need Quentin's offense, but Looney's defense. 36-30. Draymond's going to talk to DeRosa. Moody comes over to help on the talk. Jimmy had some words for DeRosa as well. So if there was one thing, what would you fix? I know what I would fix. Anyways, me and Bruce know what we would fix. Do I really need to say it? Steph has to play better. It's plain as day to me. Like, we need your offense, man. Like, you got to go play like you're a GOAT. And if you don't play like you're a GOAT tonight, I don't know. We look at the level of the Rockets, right? Good team, not a great team. So Steph needs to make us great. So we'll just wait on it. So either it happens or it doesn't. If it doesn't happen, you know, I'm still here going, okay, we got game 7. Okay, I'll give him a chance and everything. But if you think this 6-point deficit is anything but the 3 turnovers and you know, only 4 shots, like what you guys blame everybody else, but when it's time to put the GOAT in the spotlight, like nobody ever blames them. You blame everybody else. So it's like I'm calling you guys out because you guys love to blame. Like, I would rather nobody blame anybody, but it's just my way of showing you guys like how silly you are. It's like, but I'd rather just not blame. But like, I know what you're thinking. You guys are like, oh, Adams is too big, or oh, we need a big man, or you know, I'm trying to cut that off at the pass. And this whole team is built around Steph. But when Steph throws 3 turnovers instead of, you know, scoring points on those possessions, that's your difference. So it's not getting a big man right now. It's like, you know, although we did get the big man, he happens to shoot 3s, but he's a rookie. It's like, you just got to play better. Plain and simple. That's the difference in this game right now. Like, we can hold serve like Houston, despite, you know, double big lineup and all that, you know, without Steph, we're about 6 points worse. That's pretty good, actually. You know, they're second seed. You know, that'll get you 3 seed, 4 seed without Steph being great. So what's missing? Steph being great. So that's all. I trust he will at some point. He looks excited to come back in. Steph, curl, 3, missed it. Looney's in there, got a rebound. Way to go, Loon. Throws it away again. Wow. To the other team. Amen. Gary has to foul him. 4th turnover. The magical 5. They're probably going to review this because Amen is still. Look at Amen's calves, man. They're like craziness. But anyways, Gary's going to go talk to the refs about how he went up. That's not a flagrant. That's not a flagrant. But anyways. So they're going to do a lame review. Yep, Amen got a piece of Steph. Got doubled by Steven Adams. 4th turnover. This is ridiculous. All right, so regular free throws. We just wasted like 150 seconds right there. We just wasted by looking that one up. Missed a free throw. I'm telling you, we hit 5 turnovers by Steph. It's not looking good. 1 and 5. Of course, what is 1 and 5 since 2023? When Steph has 5 turnovers, what does that mean? I mean, we might win this one and he has 5 turnovers, then it's 2 and 5. Who cares? Tim Hardaway, he went 0 for 17 one time. He's shooting that 18. Anyways, Jimmy right side. Steph made a basic pass to get it to Jimmy, thank goodness. Gets inside, attacks Steven Adams, nothing. And Mitchell Ervin gives us a call. But they could choose to review this. I didn't think he fouled him, but I don't worry about that, except we're in the challenge era. So they might challenge it. Oh, there's Dylan fouling him. Okay. But they gotta give some flops to these Rockets, man. Dylan Brooks fouling and flailing. So good job by Jimmy. Jimmy's here to. Oh, he said effing this, that. Can you do that without a tech? Anyways, I guess the foul was on Dylan. I'm not sure. But Jimmy makes both. Down by 5. Despite it all, we got Steph with 4 turnovers and we're down by 5. If you would have told me he has 4 turnovers, I'd take the down by 5. Amen caught in the air, but athletically gets it to Tari, and Tari athletically scores. Past Steph, who's not having a good game. Can't even stay in front on that one. Over to Looney as they doubled Steph again. Over to Jimmy. Jimmy stops with Dylan in the paint, kick back out. Gary DeMoses attacks, tries to dunk it over. Steven Adams missed it. Well, would have brought the house down. Probably would have been a timeout at that point. Jalen for 3. Thank goodness he missed it. Looney rebound. That's some balls. Mo going for the dunk. 3 ball, and he got it in transition. Good thing Jalen missed. Down by 4. 5:47 to go. Tari and Mo up top. Adams and Looney. Handoff, Dylan Brooks. Gary tries to get around the screen. Pull up, Belbo, too hard. And there's a foul. Going to call it on Looney. Mitchell Ervin, 2 shots? What? What? I could understand it if it's a foul on Looney side out, unless it's bonus. No, we're not in bonus. Or they're not in bonus. Well, we're taking a while to shoot the free throw, so I got a lot of time to re-look at this on the laptop. I'm way behind on the laptop. Looking at previous plays. Dillon Brooks misses a free throw. Wow. He flopped. Yeah, they're finally showing the replay. Dillon flopped, and the refs let him get away with it. Golly, Mitchell Ervin fell for the flop. Crazy. Makes one. $36, 35-40. Draymond corner or baseline over to Moses, over to Gary, back to Moses up top, closed out by Jalen Green. Step back, three, back rimmed it, out of bounds. Or no, they play on because it went to the side of the backboard. Amen downhill on Gary. It's too strong, gets too deep, throws it 2 times, swing, Tari for 3. Now back down by 8, just like that. So make or miss lead kind of. Steph high pick Gary. Now Steph and Jalen between the legs. Attacks him. Goes downhill. No good on the layup. Jimmy tried to tip it. Now it's 5-on-3. Jalen attacks. Draymond straight up. Jalen missed it. Saved by Gary. Right to Dillon Brooks, and he'll dunk it. And that's why right now you can't call timeout, because he already burned a couple. Steph and Amen. Late call by Mitchell Ervin. Foul. He had to really sell that by Mitchell Ervin. So a couple of really horrendous sequences for the Warriors. I don't think you can sit Steph anymore. You're down 10. Draymond back to Podz. Wide open 3. Missed it. Needed that one, and he didn't get it. Buddy's in the game guarding Jalen. Switch over. Sengun at the nail. Kick it Tari. Another 3. Draymond blocked it. It's an air ball. Jimmy rebound. Outlet Podz. Podz attacking. Finds Draymond down low against Dillon. No call. Missed it. Podz rebound. Triple teamed. Thrown to the ground by... Oh, it's going to be a jump ball. Thrown to the ground. How does that happen? Well, you got to make layups, Dray. That's a critical miss. But he has that problem. He smokes layups. He just does. Of course, nothing ever happens without his block of the three-pointer by Tari. You just got to make those. You're 2 feet away from the hoop. So Podz is going to lose the jump. And Amen turns the corner, foul on Steph. Steph can't believe the call. It doesn't seem even. Let's check the foul count. 9 on us and 7 on them. It's early, though. So Amen will go to the line. I don't think he challenged that because he's not a great free throw shooter either. Misses that one. How many fouls on Steph? Feels like 3. Yep. 3 fouls, 4 turnovers. Just, honestly, statistically, really bad game for Steph. But got plenty of time. 3:46 to go. Buddy brings it up. Down by 11. Draymond's going to post up Dillon. Mid-post, over to Steph. 3-ball open, shoots it, makes it. There you go. Just absolutely had to make that one. That's a must make. 38-46. Fred, Steph, jabbed a little bit too hard. Fred gets open. Amen blocked by Draymond. Huge block by Draymond. From behind, here comes Steph. Over to Buddy. 3-ball. Missed it. Sengun out jumps everybody and flops again. Stop it, Sengun. I've lost respect for Sengun. He's a great player, but all the flops is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. 3-ball by Sengun, missed. Over to Steph. Steph against Dylan. Takes him. Draws another and scores and one. Finally called one. And they're going to confer to see if it's on the ground or not. You're not getting out of the building alive if you call that one not an and one. The fact that they had to confer. Wow. And one banker. And they really conferred. Golly, I don't know how much more pissed off I could be at the ref. It better be an and one when we come back from this timeout, or there's going to be, they're not going to be able to leave the building. 2:44 to go. It can be down by 5 if he makes the free throw. 46-40. 2:44. Curry flurry. Good time for it to happen. Much needed. Now it feels like it took you a while to get the momentum, get into the game. And honestly, we Silverman and NBA. Oh man. Yeah, the refs, man, I gotta take a deep breath right now because like I don't want to have the feeling of disgust, but it's a low vibration, guys. But like, man, really? You guys had to confer to see if that was on the ground or and one? That'd be funny if the conversation went like this. JB DeRosa's like, James Capers goes, was that on the ground or was we giving him an and one? JB's like, James, yeah, I want to get out of this building alive, so we better call that an and one. Okay, and one then. Like, I wonder, like, really? Like, Scott Foster wouldn't do that. Like all the fouls that you've called today, right? 9-8, right? Like you let Dylan Brooks flop. You had the Sengun flop on the that was a foul by Steph, but he didn't get poked in the eye. So don't be flopping like he got poked in the eye. Then you gave Draymond a flagrant after he got pushed by Fred. Like that's my but I don't want to revel in the disgust. I just need to get that out factually. So you had the Fred push that wasn't called. Then you called a flagrant. So basically it should have been a foul on Fred, ended up a flagrant. That's like a double whammy. And then Dylan Brooks flopped on Looney. And then before that, you had the Sengun flopping again. Like this time, Dylan Brooks again flops. And like, can you just call the and one just because the basketball gods say that this is getting out of hand? Like, that's the part where Scott Foster is good at, and all of these other refs aren't good at because they are confused. They don't know how to do this good old-fashioned, Joey Crawford, Dick Bavetta style. They don't know what to do about it. So Adam, again, clueless, right? Give me Dick Bavetta back. Joey Crawford. They knew how to balance the scales, and that's the beauty of this game. It's not cut and dry. So Steph makes the free throw. We're down by 5. Amen brings it up on Buddy. Crossover to the middle. We're in zone because Podz is just sitting in the middle. Over to Dylan for 3. Draymond, good closeout. Podz rebound. And Steph gets by Fred. Push shot, push by Fred. They finally call another foul. See the momentum shift and justice prevailing. Now you know how it feels, man. All those calls that you got earlier. See, that should be a foul. And then he fouls him again. Yep. Finally called. How many fouls is that on Van Vliet? They're going to look at the iPad. That's hilarious. He went to look at the iPad. What did you see? Oh, he's calling a flop. Man, I'm losing respect for these Rockets by the minute. Oh, wow. Show him the flop of Sengun and Dylan Brooks first. I'm losing respect for this team, man. Like, I actually think they're good, and I don't want to say I like how they play. I just respect their style. It doesn't cross the line, but it certainly straddles it. By the way, Steph, 2 more free throws that hit the rim a bunch, but they go in, and we're down by 3. But like all these flopping and all of this, like we know what you're doing, and then you claim to like not be guilty of that. Stop it. I don't like that. That's crap. Sengun in the middle. Missed the push shot. It was point blank. Dray was there. Steph brings it up. Pull up 3. Got it. Tie ball game. Credit Draymond. We're in the zone again. Over to Jalen, right side. Steph is there. He'll step back, and Buddy switches over. And Steph tells Draymond to come up more. Crazy. Dylan fakes a 3. Thought about it this time. Jimmy knocks it away. 3 ball, no good. Steph against Amen won the tip. He basically won a jump ball against Amen. Podz for 3, in and out. Podz. Got to make those. But nearly gets a steal. But oh well. What a sequence. That was a crazy sequence, man. And Fred turns the corner, finds Amen for a dunk. So that was Jimmy and Buddy. Jimmy's going to help on Buddy every single time. So there's nothing we can do about that. Jimmy right side, Dylan. Goes all the way to the baseline. Finds Buddy, stripped away by Dylan. Went too soft on the finish. Amen finds Sengun, finds Jalen for 3, pull up over Jimmy. It's good. Swish. 36.9 to go. We're down 5. I mean, Steph trying to do 2 for 1. Shoots a hero shot. Air ball. That one's a crazy shot. But it was a 2 for 1, so he kind of knew that either way. Podz is going to hang his head, but stop it with that, Podz. Come on now. So Buddy screwed up. I just saw the replay. He muffed the pass. So that's his fault. Jalen hitting a 3. We only got a 3-second differential. By the way, Steph came out for the defense. Moses in, Gary in. And it's Jalen Podz. Jalen Podz going to dribble down to the slips. Got it back. Amen. Late clock. Over Draymond. Made it. We played 23 great seconds of defense. Dray finds Jimmy for 3. Fouled and 1 against Dylan. 0.6. What an incredible shot. We just got to move on to the next play. That's crazy. That's crazy. Big Mo. We needed that one just as a momentum boost. And how many fouls on Dylan? That's an incredible assist by Draymond, I think, too. Dylan Brooks has 3 fouls. Free throw is missed. Moody taps it at the buzzer, missed. So we'll go down by 5. $53-48 halftime. Well, this is one of those games where there's really I don't know that there's much to analyze except just root for your team. Sure, there's plenty to complain about, but good time to end the poll and move on from complaining. You can complain all you want about Steph's turnovers. There's 4 of them, but like at this point, we need you to root for the team. That's the most important part. We don't need to dissect the team anymore. We know what our flaws are. Every single one of our flaws crept up today. And I just hope everyone is in the mood for rooting for your team. That should be the number one on your to-do list right now. Just root for the team. We can do this. Oh, wow. You're a Rockets fan too. Yeah, well, sorry to say that I was fed up with Sengun and Dylan flopping, and then Fred checking the iPad and claiming that Steph flop. But anyways, aside from that, who won the tip-off? Sengun won the tip-off. That's pretty cool, though. I think that says a lot about our audience, how we do try to keep it respectful and just number one, love the game. I love the game too much to go off on people. And I saw something today. Can I give you guys an example of that? I saw something today online that I was not happy with. Let me give you the example. Let me write in the notes because I like to take notes of everything. A Rockets fan joins us and says, by the way, I've said this on the podcast. You guys are one offensive player away. Maybe even Kuminga would, make a difference. But if you guys were to get KD, it'd be like, oh shit. Uh-oh. I don't know who you got to give up, but you figure you wouldn't. I mean, even if you had to give up Jalen Green for that, or just one piece, Amen Thompson, so be it, right? Amen's great and fits perfectly, but man, if you freaking got Kevin Durant, I think you need to give up more than that, though. Phoenix isn't that, I want to say DUMB, but I don't like to say those low vibrational words, but like Phoenix is going to want some stuff, but you could fling some draft picks. Anyway, I digress. So that's like, we love the game too much. And here's the difference between Let's Go Warriors and everywhere else. Today, LeBron James, grade 2 MCL sprain. That means he partially tore his MCL. Go look it up. Now, back in the day, Steph got a grade 1 MCL sprain. And we were made fun of. People were saying, oh, it's just a grade 1 MCL. So today, I saw some people who are Warriors fans. They went on there, and without any regard to LeBron's health, they said, oh, so we're going to take this MCL seriously, huh? And the way that if you didn't know there was that kind of that backstory of like, I have to get you back and I have to get you back. And that's the part of basketball that sucks. We love the game so much, but we don't cross the line to where we're drawing our swords and, well, I mean, other than the in-game, me labeling certain rockets as floppers and things like that. Yeah, I mean, you got that, but it's like, that's kind of more in good fun. But when you involve a guy that tore his MCL, and then you're going to use that, it makes it look bad if you don't know the backstory. And then you're gonna basically say that MCL sprain is insignificant because of some hidden backstory where people used to, way back in the day, like should be water under the bridge as well by now, made fun of Steph for having a MCL sprain. And I don't even remember what that was all about, because I don't spend my energy trying to figure out what haters are trying to say. But the bottom line is, like, we have these Warriors fans online and a lot of followers that they have. And they're basically utilizing the LeBron torn MCL as fodder for I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get all the haters back on this whole MCL sprain narrative that's from like years ago. 2021, right? Because, well, it was probably 2020. No. Well, they had Houston had the, no, it was even longer. So this was back in the day. Yeah. 20 teens for sure. I don't like that, man. When you love the game the way that we love the game, we never go there. That's not worth our time. You know what we do? We go like, there's not one other guy that we would rather have lose a series than LeBron. But that's just on the court, The guy tore his MCL, man. You don't have any feeling for that? I mean, that's painful. That's kind of like, honestly, that's ew. Like, oh man, tore your MCL, partially torn MCL. There's no room for any, making fun of, turning that into a joke. Like, we love the game too much, man. Like, well, I go to Asian tournaments, Filipino tournaments. Somebody would get an injury and we got to play the next team. We got to play his team next. Are we there turning that into a joke? Like, we're literally there like, oh man, like, I don't even want to play you guys next, right? Because you're missing that guy. Like, I wish I wasn't even playing you guys, because we all know what it feels like. Like, we've all been there, and that's the difference. And even the people in our chat that have never played, even at an amateur level, like fiercely competitive, like at least they understand that, they kind of get it. Like, so I commend you guys who actually don't have anecdotes and experience, like actual real life experience to show you. Like, at least that you just never go there. And so I think that's another example of the scourge of social media these days, where you kind of use a social media app and thumb typing 200 characters at a time to feed your own ego because you're lacking something in your life. So you're coming at it from a point of lack. And so you feel that throwing people under the bus is going to fill that empty tank. Or I'm here to tell you that no one has an empty tank. Turn it on its head. Wardell voice. Be in abundance. We're lucky to be here. We have an exciting team to root for, and you can see when you're down by 5, when Steph tied the ball game up, the style of play that we have is we're so lucky to have that. Other teams have more traditional ways, such as Houston. Houston basically has to just make shots, get steals and dunks that way. But there's really nothing that pretty about their offense other than maybe like a sengun spin. Like, other than that, there's not really a whole ton of finesse to that. And it's old school. It's very old school. And that's fine. You know, you can be a number 2 seed. As far as getting to championship contending, I think we can all agree that they're almost there. They just need that little extra flair from somebody, and it might be provided by Kevin Durant. You never know, or somebody of that caliber to take them kind of to the next level. Every level you get to takes a lot to get there. We had to get there through, and oddly enough, I'll bring up the Zach Lowe, Bill Simmons podcast again. They brought up a little insider tidbit. They heard that Milwaukee had the choice between Monte Ellis and Steph Curry. That's on their podcast, the podcast that they talked about Draymond glowingly. And if you think about that, for us to get to the Mark Jackson level, we had to get Bogut, right? Now, whether or not you want to go on that what if tangent, I suggest not doing that because there are plenty of other what ifs you can go and talk about. It's just infinite. Well, we got Steph, but we also got Bogut. And for us to get to that level, we needed Bogut, right? So Houston, that's what they're doing right now. And that's fine. And that's what you're supposed to do. But to get to the next level, to be championship contending, then you need something, whether that's Steve Kerr coming in to change the system to be more movement around Steph, whether that's, we got KD, but really the quantum leap, speaking about quantum physics all the time, the quantum leap was really when Steve came in. So he deserves a lot of credit. And Draymond, which, going back to the Zach Lowe podcast with Bill Simmons, it's fitting that they talked about that because the team changing to become Steph and Draymond, it was like we acquired Draymond. Like, they talked about how, like, any other team, does Draymond even have anything like this career? He might have been solid. He might have been, but for him to come here, it's like it was meant to be. So to wrap it all up, now we're back full circle. We're so lucky to have Draymond. We're so lucky to have Steph. We're going to figure this out. Hopefully we can figure this out in this 15-minute halftime break, but we're figuring it out on the fly. And all we need is your energy, your positive energy, your root for the team. That's what we need. Man, I got to put what I just said in the podcast, man. That was some good stuff. I looped it all the way back around. Like, man, Houston Rockets. So back to you, Moffitt. Like, it's pretty cool that you're here and that you feel safe to be a Rockets fan here. That's not something you can find on the internet easily. And I hope you come back just for the love of the game. Even if the Warriors get eliminated, just like last year, we're going to be here doing live streams during the playoffs, during the finals. We just are. We love the game too much. So I hope you'll join us for that. Monte Ellis. I was there when they booed Joe Lacob. I didn't know what to think at that point. I was still, we're talking 2009, 2010, 11, maybe 12. I think 2011, Bogut. Anyway, and we had to trade him when he was injured. And back then I didn't have the knowledge that I have now. I was still kind of butthurt at the fact that Cohen broke up the Chris Webber Warriors. I mean, we're going way back. Like I was really pretty low vibrational about that back in the day. So I it didn't excite me to cover the Warriors. And then it changed in basically summer of 2013 when I realized I was doing more and more. I'm like, I was the only one live tweeting, man. I was one of the first people to live tweet the NBA. I was right on top of it. That's why I'm right on top of Discord right now. So once I have time, and if we can win tonight, then I can spend tomorrow getting the Discord subscription platform installed, because I need that. I need that safety. But I'm right on top of the technology. I was one of the first ones to live tweet a game, let alone before that. Pretty sure I definitely live tweeted Jeremy Lin college games. I was there for one when they played like Cornell was really good. They played like, I don't know what it was, like Princeton or some other, Ivy School, Brown maybe, at home at Harvard. He invited me there because he's from the Bay. We met at Summer Pro-Am and he dunked. Jeremy Lin dunked in a game, and I live tweeted that. I was one of the first. Anyways, we just started. So then 2013, I started Let's Go Warriors because I was live tweeting, and I was like, all right, I need to start my own. Jimmy for three. They let him shoot. He line drived it in, just willed it in. Those just somehow go in. Down by 2. Sengun, Draymond, handoff. Fred pulls up 3 over Gary. Got it. Swish. He's still hot. Man, Fred is for real. Wow. Down by 5 again. Jimmy loses the ball, gets it back. Fake. Kick it to Buddy. Buddy jab step. Bye-bye. Gary's open. 3-ball. Corner. No good. Jimmy push. Oh, tip in, Jimmy. Timed it against Jalen Green perfectly. Come on, buddy. Hit some shots, man. Down by 3 again. Sengun sets the table. We've seen Sengun playing point guard. Gets it back. And that's their new offense right there. Dylan Books, post up Steph. Kick it inside. Steph dancing outside. Amen. Screen. Now it's Dylan. Buddy has the ball. Right hash mark. Holds it. And he kicks it to Draymond. Run out of clock. Draymond, Fred, and Jimmy. Jimmy and Dylan. Jim's going to have to clean it up. 4, 3. He attacks. He makes space. He push shot. No good. And Buddy and Fred. Fred tracks, or Buddy tracks and too much body. It's a foul. Are they going to give him shooting foul? That's the question. Looks like it, as everyone's milling around as if there's a free throw coming up, which is not good news for us. I'll check Instagram real quick. Oh, we actually got 2 people. That's pretty nice. Must have stayed around for my diatribe. So appreciate you listening to my diatribe, or, just my play-by-play, because it's free throws, sadly. Hits both. Down by 7. All right, Jimmy, left side, Dylan, screen, Gary. Steph and Amen on the weak side, over to Draymond, strong side, corner 3, no good. Buddy tracks it down. Good job, Buddy. Gary was looking for Steph, wasn't there, so he holds the ball. So now it's Buddy up top. Buddy and Jalen, pressure. Buddy almost dribbled it away. Jimmy, right side, against Fred, rises. 3 guys on top of him. Gary, hand grenade, good. If he had more time, he would have fed it to Steph, but he knew he had to shoot it, and that was the right decision. Swish on a hand grenade. Steph open in the corner, man. Good decision, man. That's a game-saving decision. That's an unsung play. Fred dancing. Draymond doubles with Healed. Over to Amen. 2-ball. Hits it. Man, if Amen hits 2s, it's going to be a long night. Down by 6. And Draymond gets held, but Mitchell Irvin calls the foul when we got a clear layup. Like, that's why Jimmy's upset. Like, come on. Like, use your head, like understand the nuance. But it is Dillon's fourth foul as he held. I think he held Steph off ball. Need to see a replay. Yep, Dillon will sit. I forget if he was on ball or off ball. Yeah, he was off ball guarding Dray. Yeah. Anyways, Draymond over to Buddy. Oh man, tight roped it. Nearly lost his balance. Jimmy attacks Steven. Blocked by Steven. That's tough. You got to respect Steven, man. He can block those. Fred with the pull-up three hits another one, man. Okay, so he's been the X factor. He's telling Houston, you can't trade me for KD. Steph pulls a three, gets it back. So down by 6 against Fred. What a matchup, honestly, with Fred playing the way he is. And Amen knocked away by Draymond. Good defense by Steph. Deflected out. Their ball. It's crazy how in the modern NBA, 9-point becomes 6 points. Now, if you miss that, it can become 12. And that's the craziness of today's. So we're going to side inbound. Quentin Post in for, I think, Buddy. Yeah, Buddy comes out. The minutes you get, Buddy, you got to make shots. Otherwise, we'll switch it up. Or, probably because of the double big lineup, which we're going to stay man on. Steph, great defense on Fred. Prevents the pass from Adams. So now I got Amen with a grenade. Carried the ball. They never call that. And he missed it, blew it. And it's a shot clock violation. And Draymond's going to argue consistently call that shot clock violation, thereby stopping the fast break. Mitchell Irvin with the good response. Okay. I respect that part. Just get your calls right in the first place. But so far, he's been all right. All right. Ball springs loose. Back up to Jimmy. Reset. Now Steph. Screen Quentin. Roll Quentin. Over to Jimmy. Right side. Breaks the zone. Into the paint. Out to Quentin. Back to Jimmy. Corner through in the corner. Has to shoot from the wing. Got it. And one on Sengun. Sengun can't believe it. Wants a review. But what a hit. What a hit by Jimmy. Just making the shot alone, man. Hand grenade. Let's watch the replay from NBC. No, it's a long two. Oh, yeah. Pushed his hand out. They like to do that. That's like a tactic that I would think that Ime employs. Because why do they do that all the time? Is it coincidence? Jimmy hits, so down by 3. 6 becomes 3. Jalen brings it up. Jimmy. Sengun now up top. Finds Fred. Pick and roll. Roll Sengun. QP jumps too early and it's an and one. Just bad defense by Quentin. There's no need for you to time that shit and try to jump it. Draymond goes over to explain that. Quentin with the rookie nod that you just don't really know if it's sinking in, but I think should be pretty obvious. Don't be jumping. Like, you're 7 feet. I know Sengun is 7 feet. But you just, you're setting yourself up for a foul. And Sengun misses a free throw. Adams nearly got the rebound, but out of bounds. So kind of got lucky on that one. And it'll be Jimmy up top, setting the table, which I don't mind one bit. Draymond now in the post. Steph on the weak side. Over to Jimmy corner. Amen on him. Sengun shows. Draymond clears. Jimmy to the paint. Finds Quentin. Quentin overruns it. Over to Steph. Hand grenade. Hits the rim. That was an amazing hit the rim situation, but all kinds of problems on that offense, especially with Quentin not being able to catch it cleanly. You got to catch. You got to be crisp. Out of bounds. Mitchell Irvin, did he point the wrong way? Well, Houston ball, I would imagine. Oh, he said side. Okay, side out kick ball. Gary holds Fred. Fred gives him some extra arm. That's 3 team fouls, or did they update that? NBC's usually pretty good at updating team fouls, so 3 it is. 1 to give, and you got 7 minutes to go in the third, so no more fouls for a while. Amen up top. Steph wants to get a running start. Almost tried to use Gary as a screen, but anyways, finds Jalen corner, and Quentin, too much physicality on Jalen. He's a split second off. Not a good game by Quentin, which is weird. You think you would be better at home. He's been on and off. He honestly had a good game 5 in Houston. If you go look at the tape in the first quarter, I don't know what happened. I can't remember how Quentin played after that, but like not a good game so far today for him. And we got a timeout, I think. They're not challenging, is it? Yeah, that's definitely a foul. Hope we're not challenging that. Probably just a regular timeout. And let me check the play-by-play just to see who called the timeout. Warriors. I'll be shocked if that's a challenge. There's no way. So QP late to help again. Let's clip this since it's a timeout, because we haven't clipped any plays yet. And you just don't get that from other channels. I'm just tooting my own horn. So tell other people to come watch, because you get clips. Yeah, he's late. He's late, and he's got all this extra movement. Wow. Honestly, shockingly bad. I expect better from Quentin, but it's like, to me, really strange how like he could have a bad game at home. I don't know if that's good news or bad news. Maybe they're just little flashes of being a rookie. I don't know. Sorry, Netherlands people, but he's got to improve real quick. But at this point, it's really about reps, and I maintain he's going to be a really good veteran when the time comes. I have already told you guys that I can foresee him having the presence on the podium, let's call it, like a cross between Bogut and Clay. Okay, let's take a look at this. So let's call this analyzing QP's late reactions. Feels like there has been more than one play like this by Quentin, but I don't know. And I can't just play this highlight, because the algorithm, the YouTube has a way of figuring out you're playing a highlight, and they'll demonetize you. So Amen. Okay, finds Jalen Green. Like, he's battling Steve Adams. Okay, that's fine. And at this point in time, he needs to be outside the restricted area. So he's just a little bit late. So when you're a split second late, then you get there just a little bit too late, and any movement is going to be a foul, which it is. By that time, he can lift. If you're there in time, he's not lifting yet. Jalen Green isn't going vertical yet. So just a little off. Got to get to a restricted line before Jalen goes vertical. So frustrating, but we got to root for our team. Needs to be positive energy out there. Transmit it. It's quantum energy, so there's no distance or time when it comes to quantum frequencies. Yeah, look it up, man. You'd be surprised. Quantum physics. All right, makes the first free throw and makes the second. Down by 7. Steph brings it up over to BP. Steph goes to the corner. BP fakes a pass. Middle, Jimmy and Steven. Over to Quentin. 3-ball. Missed it. BP's there to put it back all alone. BP saves Quentin's ass. Down by 5. Sengun and BP up top. We've seen this before, kind of in our zone. And switch. QP crowds Alpi. BP's there to help in this quasi zone. Good job to shade off of him. Sengun has to take a crazy one-legged, and Jimmy knocks it away from Steven Adams. Great defense. Great team defense. So, redemption. Oh, ball goes to the corner. Draymond finds BP over to Steph. Catch and shoot over Fred. Got it! Oh, Steph stepping up with the thing that he does best, which is shoot the ball, baby. Steph, quick release. Oh, Amen with a beautiful move. And there's Quentin, but he made it. Good job, Quentin, though. So he improved on the fly. Man, we had it down to 2. Now it's down 4. Draymond over to BP. Wide open, they leave him. Missed it. Shanked it bad. Wow. That wasn't even close. Got to make those, man. Especially you're at home. Sengun handoff. Got away from Jimmy. Nope, missed it. Hits the board out of bounds. Got lucky. Make or miss league type stuff going on right now. I give an unsung play to the team defense right before Steph hit the 3. Steph and Fred up top. They're in zone. Here comes Draymond. Nope, they're in man. Steph turns the corner, finds BP, shoots another one, blocked by Jalen. Hangs his head a little bit. 11 seconds. Baseline inbound. Give him a flyby. But he needs more reps. To do flybys, you got to have a lot of reps, a la Klay Thompson. Moses will come in. Who's he taking out? QP? I wonder. So Moses had his left knee wrapped, so hope he's all right. Out Draymond, actually. Draymond, 1 foul only. Pretty good. BP has trouble getting it in. Out to Quentin. Good job. Good decision. BP spins, fakes Tari, blows a layup. Got to make those. So BP's just not executing. Fred with the Euro. Down to Amen. Steph snuffs it away. Moody dives and throws it, and Fred gets out of it. Man, Fred has the ball. Wow. And Jabari hits a 3 as Moses was still on the ground, had to come up. Jeez. And ball gets deflected out of bounds. Nearly Steph's 5th turnover. Our ball, though. Helter-skelter. So they're getting us with the, believe it or not, organized chaos. Disorganized chaos. I think burn a timeout at that point. You got the ball on the ground. Just burn it. Because it cost you 3. Steph, pressured by Amen, swing it 3 times. Brandon again, finally makes one. You just have to make them. It's a 3-point contest because they're going to leave you every time. Down by 4. High screen for Fred. QP. Stays in front of Fred. Good job, QP. He's really improved suddenly. Fred turns. QP disrupted, but Steven Adams too tall for BP. And goes inside, kick it. Oh, nice kick to Jabari. 3-ball good at the buzzer. Fred found Jabari at the last second. Wow. Crazy sequence. And Jimmy finds baseline Moody dunk. Can we get a stop? Timeout, Ime. Down by 5. So Ime didn't like what he saw on the defense. 72-77, 3:46. Houston up. Plenty of time left in the game as we're only third quarter. And let's take a look at Jimmy creating that one, since I do have time to clip this. Let's see. Well, we have to rely sometimes on Tari Eason having a brain fart. It's hard to build a perfect team, though, right? That just goes to show you. You can't always have tremendous IQ 1 through 8. Sometimes you got to rely on a little youngster brain farts. Look at our team. We've gotten to the point where we're hesitant to utilize Jonathan Kuminga. So every team has to deal with youngster brain farts, and this is an example of Houston doing that. So analyzing Tari Eason brain fart. Sometimes better to have the other team do a brain fart than be good. Of course, it does require a table setter like Jimmy. Let's see if I can spell this right. All right, so step through this. Present screen. Okay. Watch Tari. He's going to lose track of Moses. All the attention Jimmy has. Steven, look at Steven. Drop way off of BP, right? So he attacks, and in the melee, Tari forgets. He's thinking black shirt over here. He totally forgets Moses. So good job by Moses to recognize. And you have to hope Houston comes back down to earth a little bit. Like, make some mistakes, will you? And they just made a mistake. So make some more mistakes, please. Play like, sometimes they play like a number 2 seed, and you're hoping for the times when they don't. And play not like a number 2 seed more, please. For our sake. All right. Yep, Looney's coming in. Here we go. Fred will bring it up. Oh, Hacka Adams. Looney Hacka Adams right away. Down by 5. Oh, please, miss. Please do me that honor. Miss free throws. He makes, of course, because I said it. Looney comes out. That was his only job. Offense, defense. And he made both. Oh, well, that didn't work. 72-79. Steph will bring it up. Plenty of time. 3:37 to go. Third quarter. They're in the zone. BP finds Quentin in the middle. Handoff Moody. Moody and Jabari. Looks around. Steph tried to go back door. Didn't happen. Jimmy elbow. Late clock. Finds QP. Corner. Fakes a 3. Goes over to Jimmy. Hand grenade. Made it. Oh, wow. He made an incredible shot. Oh, what? Do you even call that a jumper? That's crazy. That was a fling. That wasn't even a jumper. So Jimmy doing playoff Jimmy stuff, man. Down by 5. And then we got stoppage in play. I don't know what happened. QP is going to take the foul on Adams. 3:10 to go. And he missed the free throw finally. The problem with this is that it's against a set defense. So you're taking major gambles, but might as well. I mean, you're down by 5. Made it, down by 6. 74-80. Steph brings it up. Purple Curry brand shoes. Amen meets him. QP there. Now it's Steph Fred. BP, Amen right side. Jimmy in the middle now. Kick it. QP corner. Fakes the 3. Goes in for a 2. Misses it. Just missed it. It was open. Missed it. Now it's Fred and Podz. We're not going to foul Adams because he's been making them. Fred turns the corner on Podz. That's our downfall all the time, man. Getting turned the corner of. Against Fred. He's your body type. Stay in front. BP open 3. He makes up for it. 3 ball. Had to make that one. Down by 5 now. Now we foul again. QP, the foul. How many fouls on QP? 4. So now you're kind of risking it. 2:21 to go. Sometimes it doesn't work. I was here for Hack-a-Shack era, and he missed that one. Down by 5. Udoka yelling at Tari during the free throws after, I think he subbed out because he's all the way outside the court. Jimmy comes out, 2:21 to go, getting probably the only rest that he'll get. Going forward. And he missed both. But QP got pushed. No call. Sengun tapped it in. And Draymond hung his head. Man. They didn't call it, though. You got to box out. Steph for 3. Step back. No good. QP got a rebound. Out to Podz. Back to QP. Doesn't look at it. He's off balance. Over to Moody up top. Moody looking for Steph. Found him. Back door. Goes up. No call. He wanted a foul, and they're on the fast break. Fred. And now he's dancing on the baseline. QP's late to Jabari. Missed a 3. Bounced right to BP, luckily. Oh, guys, this is nuts. And BP right side. Finds Moody. Got to hit one of these. He hits it. Whew. Down by 4. Moody came to play. 80-84. 1:15 to go, third quarter. Moody gets turned corner on, but BP stays in front of Tari this time. Triple teamed. Can't get the steal. Out to Fred. Fred and Moody. Goes away from Sengun. Draymond's there, though. Fred finally to Sengun. Fouled by QP late. So QP a little late there. I'm watching the replay to see why was he late. You have to worry about Steven. So that's kind of the problem. And that's literally why. And he had to lunge out at Sengun. And they gave him a shooting foul. So 5th foul. Hits the free throw. QP sits. Jimmy back in. Who was that coming out? Made it. Well, we have a shot clock problem, I think. So now we're going to have to bring in the ball all over again with full court pressure. 101 to go, 24 shot clock. Down by 6. 101 to go. Steph to Jimmy. Jimmy will bring it up. I feel much better about that because Tari's not going to full court press Jimmy. Over to Moody. Moody and Amen. Switch. Jimmy set the pick. Draymond's creeping up. Moody goes to Draymond. Brandon was open, but he wants to Jimmy. Jimmy out to Moody. Late shot clock. Draymond finds Steph, and he lays it in, and it should have been a holding foul. And he's clapping at James Capers, and he's absolutely right, but we scored. So, wow. They should have gave him an and one, even though it wasn't an and one. Jeez. Down by 4. We're in zone. Amen will take his time. 7 on the clock, 22 game clock, 15 differential, I guess. Amen misses it from the free throw line. Out to Steph. Steph looking for Moody. Catch and shoot 3. No, it's way off. And Jimmy knocks it off of Steven Adams. Amazing rebound. That it's a team rebound on the stat book, but wow. Yes. Man, what a miss. Sengun back in. No, Sengun out. They'll go single big with Jabari playing the 4. Out to Steph. 7 seconds game clock. Tari. 6, 5. Oh, he dribbles back out. 4, 3. Oh, boy. Sidestep. Fake it. 3 ball. Oh, he hit the rim and he got fouled. Kind of a bailout call by DeRosa, but finally get some respect, a respectful call. Steph with the rare manufacture of the foul because Adam Silver told him not to do those. But we finally got one. I'm telling you, man, I really do think the league doesn't like to call those, but the guy's that good. He can manufacture those. Call them in the regular season. Call them. It's atrocious that it's not called. If he's that great, just admit that he's that great. Like you did that for Harden. I don't understand it. Hits the second one. Down by 2. Braxton Key gets the sub in. That's an excellent look for him, Braxton Key subs in. That's crazy. He got a guy that just played in the G League to sub in for defense. Steph misses the 3rd free throw. Amen from way out there, way off. Man, he actually missed the last one. Crazy. And he smiles and he says, my bad, while going to the bench. Man, Steph misses 3rd free throw. Unbelievable. So that's a little nail biting, kind of need every point in this slugfest. By the way, thank you to the Blue Wrenchers for handling the chat. Because if this is tough. I can't even look at the chat sometimes. But yeah. I guess his thumb must be affecting him. I don't know. I don't know. 5 for 6 on the line. He can make one. He can miss one once in a while. All right. Steph has 32 minutes played. Plus 12 is 45. Wow. We should do a poll, but I don't really have time. But good question, Bruce. Will Curry start the 4th? Man, I think you have no choice, man. I think you have no choice. You have to. Let's do a poll. Do you sub, Do you sub him out at all? Do you sub out Steph at all from here on out? Or I know you're going to say no, but do you think Steve will sub out Steph at all? Yes or no? Estimated 45 minutes played plus 12. 45? That's a lot. I don't know. I think he would. I think you see how it goes. But I mean, the way the game's going, we'd have to be like up 7. We have to be up 7 to get him a rest, I feel like. So I don't know. But what do you think Steve will do? I wouldn't be surprised if he just, man, 45's a lot though, huh? Him and Jimmy, 45 minutes. You got to just ask him, how you feeling? So the poll is kind of 50-50 on purpose. I'm glad Janet, the longtime Warriors camera woman, has been featured on the NBC highlight reel just now. Game 6 highlight reel. That's pretty cool. His hand needs rest. But he's going to play. Sit Curry for a minute, see what happens. Oh, man. Kerr definitely tries to rest him. Maybe. We're looking at Jimmy and Draymond come off the bench right now. Nope, Steph is in the game, guys. Steph is in the game. Curry needs rest. I don't know. I think that's a little needy. Hey, what's up, Shoddy Plays? Anyways, we'll keep the Twitch comment up there. Oh, 3-ball by... Oh, Fred hits the 3-and-1 on Gary. What? Well, he's still going off. 3-and-1. Gary talks to Steph about something right away. 11:54 to go. Oh, Gary didn't know who was covering. Oh, man, that could cost you the game. I mean, probably won't because there's 12 minutes of basketball left, but Gary and Steph leave Fred open and 1. That's inexcusable. That's a reverse unsung play. Steph will bring it up slowly. They've got the zone. Draymond sets a pick, allows Steph to turn the corner. Gary shoots a 3, way off, air ball, but Steph got the rebound. 11 on the clock. Steph dancing. He shoots a 3. He misses it. Sengun, clean rebound. Oh, man. Fred goes all the way. Draymond taps it out, goes right to Jabari. Kick it 2 times. Guess who's open? Fred. 2 open. He missed it. Draymond, Faust, Steven Adams, they're really doubling down on the double big, which we're having problems with. Side out. At least Draymond has some fouls to give. Only 2 personals. Jalen, side inbound over Moody, and it's Sengun and Jimmy, left side. Looking for the Fred screen inverted. Here comes Sengun and Jimmy again. Spins. Jimmy holds his ground over to Jalen. Tries to dance. Hangs. Misses it. Got his own rebound. Easy putback. Draymond is frustrated. Timeout, Steve. Did Moody screw up? Let me watch the replay. I don't know. It's just exasperation from nobody being there. I don't think he was talking to Moody because Moody was sitting on the bench way far away from Draymond. I don't know if he was telling the coaches something. I don't know. Anyways, it's now 84-92 in a we got to score this possession. Otherwise, it's going to be a chance for Houston to go up by double digits. So, man, all the times I said Houston is one player away, I had no idea Fred would be this good. He's becoming a superstar. I mean, you're making threes at a clip in 3 playoff games like this. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. 5 for 7 again? I mean, this is superstar status. You're starting to like, now we have to go, okay, make a list of all the 3-point shooters you want in the playoffs, and then you got to put Fred at least, second. You know what I mean? This is getting a little crazy. Fred VanVleet, 5 for 7 today. Last 5 games. Holy smokes. 12 for 18. 17 for 25. Is that even real? Fred is 17 for 25. That is an unreal clip. You would think Steph would have that. 17 for 25 times 4. 68% from threes. That's just mind-blowing. I mean, it's hard to just make that much wide open in a 3-point contest. Just in practice. Actually, they probably hit 80% clip, but in any form of competition, that's crazy. I mean, what are you going to do? Man, 68% from threes. Oh, that's nuts. I don't have time to go into the JK thing. Marco, you gotta be more high vibrational again. So everybody, blue wrenches, if Marco goes off and starts complaining, we don't need that right now. It's nail biting, and I need the chat to look at me getting needy. No, I recommend to you guys, you gotta stay J. Cole, high vibrational. You gotta root for your team, not complain. Stop the complaining. Just go ahead and be liberal with the timeouts. If you need to timeout people, just time them out. Anyways, Jimmy got fouled on the catch in the paint as they play their zone. And found by Draymond. Got to make free throws, though. Foul on Jabari. Made it. Puts us down by 7. Hits another one. Down by 6. Can we get stops against the 2 big lineup? Here comes Jalen. Over to Jabari Steph. Up top. Goes left. Finds Steven. Handoff Jalen and Moody. Goes left. Jalen Moody. Running out of clock. Fred comes weak side. Fred and Gary. Screen Steven. Fred and Draymond. Back to Steven. Draymond's there. Over to Sengun. Over to Fred. Gary lost him for a sec. Missed it. Great defense, Gary, despite losing him for a sec. Great rebound by Draymond. And Jimmy attacks. Finds Draymond. Push shot. Good. He finally made one inside. Thank you, Dray. Down by 4. Can we get championship level defense again? Jalen turns the corner on Jimmy. Loses it on the floor. And Steven Adams was out of bounds. Capers, finally, a call goes our way after the loose ball. So great job by Jimmy, Steph. Lost ball. Adams out of bounds. Turnover. BP's going to let it roll. Nothing crazy, BP. And he'll hand it off to Gary. Back up top, Jimmy. Swing it to Draymond, left side. Looking for Steph. Jimmy applies the screen. Now he's up top, Nail. Jimmy, Jalen, up top circle. Running out of clock, 7. He takes him, turns him right side. Steven Adams blocks it. A lot of contact, no call. Our ball, baseline. 6 seconds on the clock. See a replay on NBC. Little bump by Jalen, didn't call that. Ticky-tack. Just don't call those on us the other way. BP's going to inbound the ball baseline. Steph, inverted screen on Jimmy. Over to Draymond, though. Finds Steph. Michael Jordan, pivot 3, no good. Bounced off. It was online. So the blob didn't quite work there. And it's a bad screen. BP draws another one. Oh, wait a minute. They called it on Jalen? No, wait. Ref calls it on BP? I see BP lying down, but Steph pushed him? Why didn't you call the earlier one on Fred? Wow. Okay. Let's look at the fouls on Steph. Sorry. Didn't get the box score. 4 fouls on Steph. That's not good. Sengun 101 Jimmy. Draymond's there to help. Fade away, push shot good. It's a tough make. Steph gets open on a 3. Nope. No good. Draymond, good screen. Sengun rebound. Down by 6. Screen gets Jalen on Steph. 9 seconds clock. Jabari, left side, Jimmy. Gets by. Stolen by Gary. Good tap out. Over to Jimmy. Jimmy's going to go and try to finish, and it's a foul on Jalen. Draws a foul. Created the foul with the contact. So great steal by Gary. Got to have him in for defense right now. Just tapped it away from Jabari. Udoka's got to be pissed at Jabari, but I don't know. They're going to challenge this? No. They just needed Podz to go. And then Udoka's going to yell at Jalen. Jimmy at the line. Hits it, line drive. Down by 5. How's the chat going? You guys all right? Don't give him the energy on the JK talk. Don't need to talk about that. Sengun is out. Let's see. Subbed him out just to get a rest, or what's up? Go Jabari and Steven. So they pretty much had a triple big for a little bit. Sengun with 30 minutes. You'd think the youngster can keep going. I don't know. Jimmy misses a free throw and winces right. I mean, not in pain, but just at the miss. Down by 5. We're in zone. No, we're not. Amen will take QP. Takes him. Why do we have QP on Amen? They didn't know who to guard. Wow, you can't have brain farts like that. $89.96. Jimmy working up top. Had Steph open, didn't get it to him, so he'll fake a 3, get it to Jimmy, corner 3, no good. Steven Adams, rebound. 94 feet to Amen against BP. Foul on BP. BP's going to argue that he traveled. I think Steph just shoot the 2 ball. I don't know. I'm looking at the replay. Those are critical decisions. You're going to kick it to Jimmy for 3? I don't get that. You know, I know you need to make up 7 points, but just get the 2. So QP's out quickly. Hits another free throw. Down by 9. Steph up top, Draymond screen. Another screen by Jimmy, double screen. That's nice. And then Draymond throws it away. Unbelievable. How can you telegraph that? That's not a Hall of Fame play. That doesn't make any sense to me. Jimmy causes a jump ball on the drive by Amen. So good job by Jimmy there. But that's Amen. So likely win the tip. The egos take over and neither guy wants to let go of the ball. But that'll just give me some rest time. What a horrible time to turn the ball over like that. So it's Jimmy and Amen. DeRosa waits because they're jousting with the forearms. Jimmy leaps, Amen taps it, and Jalen tracks it down. BP gambled on that one. Sengun down low. Isolated Draymond. Draymond holds his ground. Spin. Nothing doing. Right hook. Missed it. Tapped it to BP. Great defense, Draymond. Needed that one like crazy. Steph. Over to Jimmy. Over to Draymond. Over to Steph. 3-ball. Hero ball. Short. Over Sengun. I don't know about these decisions. Inside Sengun, only so much you can do. They don't call anything. Jimmy gets a rebound and throws it right to Sengun. Fred will shoot a reload. Got it. So I don't know what you do. Houston, the better team tonight so far through, what is that? 36 plus 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 41 minutes. Fred is unbelievable. They're beating us at our own game, which is the reload organized chaos, which is nuts if you think about it. And I've always said that one of the things the Warriors always did well during the run was to figure out a team. And I thought we figured them out in game 2 or game 1. Of course, we could not win game 2 with Jimmy injured, and that threw everything off. But that just goes to show you it takes a few games to figure it out. And I think Houston's figuring us out. I hate to say it, but you got to show me something else. It can't just be hero ball 3 every single time. We said to beat Houston, you got to beat them a la game 1, which is you beat the physicality by getting 2s. Like Bruce is with me on this. You got to hit 2s. You can't hit the 3s before you hit the 2s. And that's what they're killing us on. And we keep going back to the same bad habits. We deserve this. The only saving grace is that we can actually lose this game and figure it out by game 7. But right now, it's a little disappointing that we're going to the hero ball 2 straight times. And that's on Steph. But we were already down by 6, 7, 8 by then. So, I said the first quarter, that one was on Steph. I don't know who to blame if we're playing the blame game from between first quarter and now. But we're just we got to have, I don't think the solution is just give the ball to Jimmy. Like, let's run some plays against this zone, against the 2 big lineup. You can't tell me. I refuse to sit here and go, yeah, our coaching staff can't figure out how to beat a 2 big zone lineup. I get it on defense is tough. I get that. but like we're not scoring at all. And I know that our whole, offense is based on organized chaos and all of that, but Houston's forcing you to change. So you have to adapt, and you just refuse to adapt. It's like Steve is saying in the pregame or yesterday on the off day, the video is on our channel. Yeah, we got to play better defense to get in the organized chaos. It's like, I think you're playing as good defense as you can. How about better offense? Run something, but that's not happening. So if we lose this, you better damn figure out something to run against the zone and the double big, because the hero ball isn't working, and the good defense, which we're getting. I mean, okay, they scored 101 and there's still 6:47 to go. Can we play better defense? Like, I don't know. I think the defense is pretty damn good it's been okay. Are we supposed to play better defense than this? Maybe play Looney more. Can we get something offense going? But anyways, we get some offense going. Jimmy inside out to Draymond. Finds Steph. Now he's got Sengun. Now Fred doubles. Now Draymond posts. Looking for Moody. Got to cash this. Over Sengun. Missed it. BP taps. And they get another rebound. It's like our half-court offense is just atrocious. And then you rely on the defense, but like, I don't know, man. They blitz Steph. They just go all out on Steph on the reloads. Jimmy nearly steals it from Sengun, and it'll be jump ball Draymond, but it's a timeout. Wow. Draymond's going to yell at Capers again. But that's what happens when they're frustrated. He didn't have the ball, is what Draymond's saying. So they gifted him a timeout. Capers gives Udoka the timeout. Just a lot of frustration going around. If anyways, I think I've said everything I could. That's it. Like, if we can't figure it out in 6 minutes, we got another day to figure it out. Yeah, we have that. But like, I'm not pleased with the progression with our intelligence against the two big lineup. It's like, I don't see a progression. You can't tell me that it's that hard to break the code. And you have game after game. I mean, okay, game 2 doesn't count. Jimmy got hurt. I mean, man, I guess we relied on, it was almost like we relied too much on BP and Buddy having a great game in game 3. Or was it game 4? At this point, I can't remember. Well, Buddy's in the game because we need offense like there's no tomorrow. Fred will inbound. Sengun. Steph went for the steal. Sengun attacks. Draymond holds his ground. Rebound, Jimmy. Great job by Draymond again. Amazing defense by Draymond. Like, see, we're playing defense. And looking for Steph. Looking. Gets it to Steph. Throws it right at Sengun's body. Turnover. But Steph steals it right back. Over to Buddy. Got to make this. Missed it again. Fred turns the corner on Steph. It'll be a foul. It's early before the shot, even though he made the layup. So side out. We're in penalty. Yep. Yeah, I think I'm at the point where I got to blame the coaching staff in terms of what I see over and over again. I mean, it's just, okay, get the ball to Jimmy. We're getting the ball to Jimmy. I don't know. I'd have to watch the tape, and there's a lot of tape to cover, at least this one's a little bit more difficult to dissect because the last game we lost in the first quarter, we tricked that one out. Steven Adams misses. I don't know. I guess you'd have to go back to the play by play to see. Oops, this is up. Sengun got a rebound. Flops again. Got hit in the eye, apparently. Draymond's going to yell at DeRosa one more time. All that yelling's not working. Oh, Sengun's okay. No way, really? He got hit on the mouth. I don't want to be hearing no. If there's a game 7, if somehow, I mean, I meant to say it's going to take a lot to pull a miracle here. 5:30 to go, down 13, going on 14. But like, I really need to, if there's a game 7, I really need to see some strategy, some X's and O's on this double big. They continually kill us on this. And it's time to innovate. Down 14, BP, Steph, hero ball. Why not? Missed it. Long rebound. Buddy can't track it, of course. Fred steals it. Alley-oop. Nothing there. Foul on Buddy. Who had Fred VanVleet as the best shooter in this series? I guess you would have ranked you could rank Fred above Buddy going into the series, but you would think. But Fred is just shooting way better than any of us. Down by 15 as he made 1 of 2. Going to shoot another hero ball here. You know what I mean? Jimmy down the lane. Kick it to Buddy. I mean BP. Jimmy in the corner. Back to BP. No one else moving. BP over to Draymond. Over to Jimmy. Has to shoot a 3. Missed it. Fred rebound, of course. Try to trap Fred. Goes to Sengun. Draymond's there. If we don't score one more time, I'd argue maybe just take the loss. Steven Adams, dunk. I think maybe timeout and just take the loss because now you're down 17. And how many hero balls are you going to shoot against the blitz? I just don't know. Draymond over to BP. Euro step. Finds Jimmy open 3. Corner 3. No good. So now you got to, I think it's time to fold the tent and just accept it. BP draws a foul on Fred. Fred wants a review. Ime is asking the bench if they should review it. So probably hooked BP or something. Steph doubled again up top. Goes to Jimmy. Back to Steph. 1-on-1 on men. Inside Draymond. Draymond looking. Misses a layup against Sengun, but BP got it. Over to Jimmy for 3. Missed another one. Buddy somehow got the rebound. Over to Jimmy. Fake Sengun. Draws a foul. And Jimmy raises his finger like, you got to be careful of a flagrant here. And of course, we're not going to check it. I think you got to look at that. But they're not, aren't they? I think you got to look at that. And all you need is they're going to look at that. All you need is somebody in Secaucus to walkie-talkie down there. Of course, Adam would never think of that idea for some reason. But anyways, they're going to review this, and it should be a flagrant 1 because he went down with intent. So it's pretty obvious, but let's do a poll. Do we will they call this a flagrant? Yes, obvious. No, because Keystone cops. See how much confidence you have in this crew. I'd almost vote no because I just don't have confidence in any of Adams' people. Plus, you guys might be frustrated by the fact we're losing. That's definitely a flagrant. That's the absolute rule book right there. Shouldn't even be a debate. They called a flagrant, unbelievable. But yeah, you've confirmed to me that we don't have any confidence in the Keystone cops. Oh, and Sengun's going to argue again. Golly, even after the review, this guy. I love everything about Sengun except the fact of this. Just I would have the ultimate respect for him. It's just this part and the flopping is just too much. And I get it that EuroLeague guys, they always do this. But okay, then maybe it applies to all EuroLeague guys. I can't stand the EuroLeague guys for this. And yeah, you see it all the time in FIBA. So two in the ball, we're down 15. Did he miss one? Or is a flagrant one only one shot? We're not even going to shoot free throws. Oh man. Anyways, Jimmy up top on the touch pass by Steph. Find Steph in the middle. Missed the push shot, but we should be running this play every freaking damn time. And we hack at Adams. Buddy Hield takes it. Steph is nodding his head as if to say, okay, maybe we did figure something out. Adams missed it. I better see some innovation next game. I'll be the first one to dig Steve Kerr's grave if there's no innovation next game. Hand off to Steph. Hero ball. Hits that one. Down by 13. We're still in it. 3:30 to go. Okay. Showing me life. Well, finally ran a play that was a 2-ball and we're going to hack at Adams again. Showing some life. 3:24. If we come back for this, I'll be the first one to admit I was wrong for wanting to sub out the guys down, whatever it was, 16, 15, or maybe, I don't know. But it's just, we can't even run a play. Like, really? We don't have nothing in the playbook. Adams misses, and BP got the rebound, even though Buddy nearly knocked it away. BP up top, goes by Adams, finds Draymond, handoff, fake it, go to the hoop, behind the back to Hield. Can he make one? No. Jimmy gets his paws on it to Draymond, misses the N1 on Amen. So he'll go to the line down 14, 3:07 to go. It would be quite a miracle if we come back. I'll be the first one to say, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about when I said sub them out, because it's a lot of minutes played and it just didn't look like we got anything, but could be wrong. Moody's going to come in probably for Buddy for the offense defense. Draymond misses a free throw. Oh, Steph comes out. So offense defense with Steph. Well, see, if Steph's out for the game, then I called it right. I don't know. We'll see. Down 13. Hack of Adams. Okay, so he'll step back right in. Coming back in on the hack of Adams. Did a brain fart. Forgot we were hack of Adamsing. I think the theme of the game is like, I know Bruce is going to come on here post game and we're just going to talk about ad nauseum, made free throw by Steven. You got to hit twos before you hit threes. First of all, you got to not turn the ball over. Then you got to hit twos before you hit threes. Hits the free throw. Down 15. Steph in it. With the mouth guard outside. And he behind the back to Draymond. Bounces off his foot. Out of bounds. Draymond says, my bad. But I don't know. Embarrassing. Who'd they give the turnover to? Well, there's your 5 turnovers. Did they officially give it to? Well, they're killing clock. We didn't do Hack Adams. And Sengun on Buddy. One leg. Missed it. Steph rebound. Steven Adams all over him. Fakes a 3. Finds BP down low. Scores. Down by 13. 2:29 to go. Full court press. Foul. Which is a good thing because Jalen had 1-on-0. Draymond fouled Adams in the corner. It's really 2-on-1. You got some homework, Steve. I don't want to see the same thing, and I don't want to see the strategy be throw the ball to Jimmy. That's not strategy, man. Houston's got some athletes. They got some big bodies. You're going to have to come up with something better than that. Who knows if Jimmy's even 100%. We still haven't seen Jimmy do his super low to the ground drive, right? That requires some no pain on the tailbone, I would think. Made both free throws. Timeout, Steve. We're going to probably wave the white flag. Well, we got the clipboard out, so maybe not. So we're gonna analyze the play-by-play later, but I'd love to see where we lost the game. It had to be a run somewhere. Yeah, that's a 5th turnover, which is the kiss of death. 5 turnovers, and we're going to be 1-6 whenever he has 5 turnovers. We're 1-6 since 2023 because we actually won 2 games. We were 2-1 when Steph had 5 turnovers. But as Dean Chambers said on the live, he theorizes that Clay, at least a Clay that could play defense in 2022, was around to make up for the 5 turnover games by Steph. 2023, we had Clay coming off the bench. No, 2023 was Lakers. Well, anyways, 2023, that's when you start keeping track of the 5 turnovers, and we've only won 1 game since then when Steph has 5 turnovers. And that one was, when was that? I can't remember. Oh, good job, Blue Wrenches. Just get rid of all the negativity, man. Why would you say that? Man, you're suffering from something. All right, so we waved the white flag with all the bench people coming in. You may kept the starters in there for good measure. And we're down 15. Pat Spencer down the lane, no objection from Sengun. Dialed it down a notch. Braxton Key trying to apply full court press. Gee knocks on Sengun, way out to Jalen. 2 minutes to go. Got to make up 13 points if there's a miracle. And it's Van Vliet. Braxton Key fouls him. So he'll go to the line, and kind of needed them to screw that one up, which they didn't, Houston. So game took 50 years of your life. Oh, you spoiled that one, huh? I mean, Pat gets to the paint. I mean, did you see how Sengun let him go? I mean, Sengun's not going to waste energy on that. You're playing the scrubs. Sengun fouled by Pat. Man, you need a chill pill, man. Man, go to work, Blue Wrenchers. And you get timed out. And you get timed out. Let me refresh the screen. We got a timeout. I'm going to blip out for a sec. All right. I'm back, hopefully. Time to time out a whole bunch of people because you're just low vibrational. Just can't say anything good in times of despair. You're like, you're like those war scenes when the one guy in the platoon goes crazy. Oh, we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Yeah, let's listen to Money Long. Thanks. Good suggestion. Remember, BJ Cole.
And know where that person is vibrationally. If they talk about other people, gossiping, hating, like, all right, this might not go that far. I remember one time I had a moment in the studio where J. Cole was there, and I was just having a bad day, and I started just talking trash. I was talking to my other friend, Teron, and Cole came in the room, and within 2 minutes, he heard what we was talking about, and he got up and left. And I just remember being like, damn.
What we say?
Why did he do that?
Yeah.
But then I realized we wasn't on the same frequency. He not on that. Complaining, that kind of conversation does not circulate in higher level rooms. He didn't judge me. He didn't say nothing bad. He sat there, he listened for like a minute, and then he got up and left. Because what happens is when you're high vibrational, most likely, those people are going to bring you down. You're not going to be able to bring them up.
Well, again, the good news, we have a game 7. Time for the coaching staff to figure it out. Giving Ime his props, yeah. All right, anybody else? I need a timeout. You still haven't learned. I don't want to hear his name. Why state the obvious? All right. If you don't make a rather detailed suggestion, it comes off as just complaining, which you can go and start a Twitter account to do. Can you not do that on my channel? I'm trying to find a place to escape that compost. All right, so 2-point game after the third. Let's see. Yeah, I'm deleting that too. It's too much. You didn't like what Buddy said, so what did you like? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm deleting all that. I don't want to give him the energy, Tim, so I got to, I get it. Yeah, it's the pitchforks and all that, but once you say it, then you're giving them your energy. Okay. Just keep deleting comments. It's all good. Just delete them, delete them, delete them. Summary. Down 4. Down 5 at half. Then down 2 at the quarter, then down 6. We only lost by 6 in the fourth quarter. So it's very tight. Man, we were down 10 or more at a point. Let me pull up the post-game feed. How's Instagram doing? Oh, wow, we got 3 people? Amazing. Well, wouldn't be surprised if there's all these comments on Instagram, but I don't have time to give my energy on that one. Just go ahead and say what you want to say on Instagram. Nobody's reading that. Instagram comments, I love it how the one platform where nobody really reads comments, Instagram, is too much. Just gotta go to game 7. I like the way I look at it is if we don't figure out this double big lineup, then we deserve to lose. That's fine. Then they're a better team than us. Better coaching staff, better athletes. That's fine. And the Steph formula found its kryptonite. Ain't nothing wrong with that. At that point, then Lacob has some thinking to do. So it's interesting, you know, shit happens in life. Don't think that you're not going to have any problems in your life that's not going to come up, you know, that's equivalent to this problem that the Warriors in the game of basketball has. In your own life, you're going to come up with these insurmountable things. Trust me, you will. I've been around a while. I've been around, you know, even from a basketball standpoint. So that's the way I look at it. And Bruce, you can come on anytime. I needed to use the restroom break anyways. And then you can deal with the comments as needed. There's a steady stream of that. So there should never be a problem of nothing to talk about, which is what we want to avoid. But you come on here, all you need to do is read out some comments and comment on the comments. So again, the way I look at it, if we can't figure them out by game 7, then they deserve to win. And maybe you question if we met our kryptonite. So there's no shame in that. Everyone has kryptonite. The double big lineup, who'd have thought that'd be our kryptonite? But it is. Right now it is. And if that's, you know, I feel like that is the basis of kind of Steph's. It's not just the double big lineup. It's the double big with Amen and Jalen and long guys. So you better figure it out. Our kryptonite is us. That's arguable. I don't know. Then, you know, peel the onion. Like, peel the onion there. Say exactly what is the kryptonite. Isn't that why people are saying we need size? But where is size that can be mobile in the Steph ecosystem? That's why we went after Lowry. So now everybody's going to go, oh, we need a big. But I don't know that works. I mean, unless the big is like Lowry Markkanen, probably. Even then, you'd have to really see it in action. But, you know, like, who's your big? We have Quentin Post. Vucevic, you know, can Vucevic run the pick and roll or wheel around or be on the opposite side of Draymond and Steph? Like, that's the problem. The real problem is people don't understand. What are you going to do? Have your big, where are you going to put your big when it's Steph and Draymond doing the shared brain thing? Where are you putting them? So I don't know, but at least we got Looney. You can try Looney. Don't forget, like when people say, oh, don't you need a big? No, we need a big. Like, isn't that kind of disrespectful to Looney? But at least I'm glad you asked it in a polite way, not like, oh, we need a big man, like a, you know, Sith Lord absolute, you know. At least I'm happy for that. Bruce Morrow in the house. Hey, Bruce. Welcome. Oh, I don't think I can hear you. Got your mic on? Ooh, got the shades. Anyways. Oh, he'll come back. Okay. Go play some Lego Star Wars. Okay. Yeah, Jimmy Butler did say we're fine. Well, keep in mind now, also, Jimmy said that after we tricked off, that's the problem. We're tricking off games. So we deserve this. We tricked off 2 games. Now, Jimmy getting hurt, but Steph started the first quarter of game 2 quite poorly, right? So yeah, game 7, Jimmy. There you go. That's one of the most positive comments I've heard all day.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
All right, Bruce. So I guess we can address the comments when I take a break, use a quick restroom break, which I'll do right now. But go ahead and say what you want to say. You're here now. You're filling in for Dean, so we really appreciate that. And even if it repeats kind of what I've already said, feel free to just give your kind of recap and then going into game 7. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Well, we had another butt kicking. For the last couple of games, I've been saying, well, almost all season, I've been saying twos up, okay. So, in order to beat this team, I think you need to shoot a lot twos and shoot threes only when you are open. If your name is Curry. And I don't think Curry has any legs left. He's been guarded so fiercely, crazy, and he has to work so hard to shoot. I don't know. I think Draymond had a couple good defensive plays in the series, but offense, I don't think he's really playing well. I think Draymond needs to play well in game 7. He needs to do game 7, 2016, but we get the win. So the pick and roll Draymond, they don't even go to Draymond. The big just go to Curry, and Curry is double. So I seen the comments in the chat. They're saying JK could have helped. Yeah, I mean the pick and roll Curry JK could have helped tonight. I could say that. And TJD, I don't know if Rich gonna agree with me. I think TJD should play more than posts now, because how many rebounds post grab? I looked, he had 0. I don't know. Did he have 1 or 2? No. He had 0 rebounds.
See. Yep, 1 rebound. Yeah. Well, I'd be happy just seeing more Looney. But I don't know. It goes back to like, this isn't easy. I mean, you're playing chess with Udoka, so you know, it's kind of like, oh, you want me to figure out a chess move on Udoka? I don't know, and that's a lot.
And I didn't think Van Fleet was gonna be a crazy good shooter, because all week before the series, on the Warriors radio, they were saying, oh, Van Fleet struggles against Warriors. He's like 5 of the last whatever. I was like, oh no, we're gonna lose. And Van Fleet all of a sudden is making all the shots.
Yeah. Yeah. Boy, I
think Van Fleet and Adams is winning the series for the Rockets.
Yeah.
Because Adams is sometimes, when he's guarding a player, I don't see the Warriors do a pick and roll to bring Adams out from the perimeter. Adams just back up, especially if it's Draymond. He doesn't even come to the perimeter. He just go to the rim or double Steph, and Draymond is always like open. So I don't know if on offense the Warriors could do a switch and a shooter go like on Adams, and Adams could come, and then the rim could be open, because Steph doesn't really drive to the rim the last couple of games because of Adams. So,
all right. Yeah, good points. Yeah. Well, something's got to change. So, anyways, Steve's at the podium. So, if you could mute your mic just in case, because I got to actually record this. So, thanks a bunch for that. And we'll go to Steve right now. Turn the volume up. Unmute.
Just an energy level situation, was a loss of confidence, just generally what you explain.
I didn't like our first half with the turnovers. I think we had 10, and that's the key to the whole series is our ball security. And so the 10 turnovers in the first half got us off to a rough start. With that said, we're down 2 going into the fourth. And I thought the key play was the 4-point play to start the quarter. And that's on us as a staff. We've got to be we got to make sure they're matched up, and they just threw it. We didn't guard Van Vliet. They threw it up the floor, and he knocks it down and gets the free throw. And that felt like a game-changing play because it's like I said, 2-point game. We're right where we need to be, despite not having played very well and turned it over quite a bit.
Steve, do you see a common thread or commonality with the turnovers? Such a big issue. Is there something that's similar between them? Or
we have the 3 wins in the series. We're averaging, I think, 10 or 11 turnovers. So it's just we're in a rush. We got to slow down a little bit.
With that being said, I mean, there was the 4-point play, but I think you guys missed like 14 of 15 shots in the fourth quarter. What happened offensively, would you say, during that stretch? Well,
they were in a zone. They played Adams quite a bit, and he's at the center of that zone, kind of a 2-1-2. I thought we got some good looks against the zone. But then once they pulled away by 10 or 12, it was easier for them to run us off the line. We had a lot of openings, but they were using their length to run us off the 3-point line, knowing that we had to make threes to get back in it. And I thought they did a good job of kind of running us off the line and keeping us from, knocking down threes to get us back in the game.
It would kind of seem outside looking in that you guys, your issues are not being able to solve this zone, but from some of your answers, it sounds like you feel okay about what you're getting against it. I mean, but do you go to Game 7, believing that you can? Like, how much change do you think is needed against the zone, or not?
How much change?
Yeah, how you're attacking it, personnel, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's this playing zone offense is really about getting the ball to open space and then filling behind the play and moving the ball. And like I said, we've had a lot of good zone possessions in this series, and I thought we had some tonight. But I think we'll do a better job in Game 7. We've got another tape to watch, and we'll see some things. But it's definitely been a factor. Adams was fantastic tonight. 31 minutes, probably the most he's played in a couple of years. But he was so effective that Ime kept him out there, and they controlled the game while he was out there. We fouled him, and then they got a couple of rebounds after his missed free throws too. So that wasn't very effective ultimately. So we got some things that we can clean up. We got a Game 7 though, and we're excited about that.
Coach, 37 from 90 from the field, 15 from 49 from beyond the arc. Do you think fatigue played a role in it?
No, I don't think fatigue was a factor.
Obviously, Game 7, maybe everything's on the table.
Everything's on the table for Game 7, for sure.
Yeah, given some of the struggles, maybe some of the other guys are having, even taking a shot, but definitely making them. I know it'd be a lot to ask a guy who hadn't played a lot. Is Jonathan Kuminga on the table to play?
100%, he's on the table. We this. We've kind of found a formula here in the latter part of the season, and we've stayed with that formula to start the series up 3-1. Things are going well, and then obviously last 2 games have gone very poorly. We have to assess everything and lineup combinations, starters, all of that we have to assess, and we feel like we got a great chance to go down there and win Game 7.
Steve, as the Rockets kept answering your comebacks, it looked like certain guys were starting to show signs of frustration. Draymond, Podz. I mean, is that an issue for you guys right now, just trying to stay together?
Staying together will not be an issue. This team has been connected and has been through everything. There's no question the frustration tonight set in. I could see it, the body language. We can't have that. We can't afford that in Game 7. We've got to stay tight whole way through. And like I said, I like our chances. I've seen what this group can do over the years. We've been in a lot of Game 7s, I believe, and had a lot of success. Jimmy Butler is Jimmy Butler. I mean, he's been in, all of these games and is one of the clutch performers in the league. So we'll get ready. We'll regroup and be ready to roll.
Van Vliet has been super hot past few games. Yeah. What have you seen defensively against him, and what could you guys change to?
Well, we started Gary because of Fred. The last 2 games, he was 12 for 18 from 3. Tonight, I got hot again, 6 for 9. Tonight, it felt like offensive boards and kickouts. I thought we handled the pick and roll stuff much better than last game. And so it didn't feel like he was getting his threes on pick and roll action. It was more, second chance opportunities. They got some offensive boards, kicked it out. They had 19 points off second chance. I think he had a couple threes off those.
Steve, you played 5 Game 7s in the Steph era, I think 4 of them with you. Anything from those games that you can use as sort of lessons and reminders? And it's a pretty quick turnaround after 2 disappointing losses. Yeah. What's the challenge in sort of mentally recharging in 48 hours for your season's on the line?
That's the goal. That's the key, right? Starts right now. Players, getting hydrated and getting their rest tonight, and coaches figuring out, what our adjustments will be. And, we'll get on the plane tomorrow and we'll be ready to go. I can tell you our guys are going to be excited. And as I said, I have every confidence that, they can get this done.
And can you describe briefly sort of how the vibe's different in Game 7? I mean, there's obviously intensity through all these series, but when it gets to Game 7, what's that like?
It just feels slower. It feels like, most Game 7s are kind of rock fights. There's a different vibe. There's a nervous vibe with the home crowd. There's just a sense of, all right, we're finally here. It's been 2 weeks and both teams throwing haymakers at each other and all that. And that's why people love watching them at home. Game 7s are special and they're fun to be a part of.
Quentin had, I think, 5 fouls in 17 minutes. Seemed like they were kind of going at him a little bit. How difficult are you seeing this series kind of become for him in the way that they're, kind of attacking him?
Yeah, I thought he handled himself pretty well defensively in the first half. Second half, he got the 2 fouls, I think late third, early fourth, where he came over to help. He was a half step late, and he got the blocking calls. And so we'll watch the tape and we'll try to help him out on that. But Quentin's been great for us. This second half of the season, and very important player for us. And I won't hesitate to put him out there in Game 7 if I think that's the right call.
Steve, you told us why you went to Gary to control Fred. Yeah. Offensively, with Gary and Draymond being out there together, potentially some spacing issues. Yeah. How do you think that unit looked?
Well, that's the equation for us. We have to make these decisions. Every coach has to make decisions based on, offense, defense. Gary has shot it really well. I think coming into tonight, he was 45% from 3. He's been making the corner 3 in this series. So we felt like the gamble was worth it to put him on Fred. And, we knew that, taking Brandon out would hurt us a little bit in terms of flow and playmaking. But that was the gamble we took. I don't think it hurt us too badly, but Fred got going anyway. And so in the end, we have to reassess that one and other decisions as well.
Steve, Draymond and Steph have played in 5 of these games each, and then Jimmy has 4. And then on the other side,
game sevens.
Game sevens. The other side, they have 4 guys that have played a combined total of 10 game sevens. From your experience, where does the game 7 playoff experience factor in the most when you're in those type of games?
You mean what aspect of the
In
game?
the game 7, yeah. Having been through those, when you have that type of experience.
Just confidence, belief. I know our guys believe and they'll be ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce.
Yes.
Any thoughts on the Steve Kerr press conference now that I've kind of figured out my rhythm with doing the podcasts and having each of these? Thank you, Dean Chambers, for being the muse on that one and me starting to edit these live streams in the podcast, even though I want to do it faster. What turns out to be good is to talk about what the guy on the podium just talked about. So what do you think?
I mean, he seemed confident. He's trying to panic. But
Draymond next, but go ahead.
Yeah, he's trying to not panic, but I think there's some level of concern, especially for Van Fleet. I guess Van Fleet is going to be very tightly defended in Game 7. And I think a reporter said that 4 players on the Rockets play in Game 7. I think it's Van Fleet, Jeff Green, Steven Adams, and Aaron Holiday, I think. So
what was that about? What was that? Because I missed. Sometimes I'm reading comments and stuff, and it goes one ear and out the other. So what was that?
4 players playing in Game 7. Van Fleet, Jeff Green, Steven, and Aaron Holiday. So all the other players, I don't think they have Game 7. They have experience with Game 7. So Warriors could think that, okay, they don't have experience in Game 7. I mean, they're going to be tight. So Warriors just have to take Rockets seriously. I don't think they really took Rockets seriously until like tonight, until like the second half.
I know. So, sure feels like that. All right, let's go to Draymond, and we'll come back to Bruce after that as well. All right, can you mute your mic? All right, you did. Appreciate you, Bruce, just in case of a little accident or whatever. And we'll go to Draymond, and boy, I wonder what he has to say.
Draymond, how much disappointment is there in that locker room or in your mind that not being able to take care of this at home?
It's a little frustrating. You get the opportunity to close out at home, you want to do it. Nonetheless, it's a 7-game series. We know we can win there. Got to go get the win.
Well, you just kind of mentioned what I wanted to ask. You know you can win there. So obviously you guys feel that you can win. What do you need to do on the road to make sure you guys come out of this one with a win?
Get loose balls. I think they probably had 20 points off broken plays and getting loose balls and kicking off for 3. So get loose balls and we'll defend them way better. Kind of getting the first effort. But in order to beat this team, you got to make second and third efforts. And last 2 games, we have not done that.
Do you think that's due to fatigue or just a lack of effort?
I think it can be due to whatever. The reality is the person who wants the ball more will get it. And right now, it seems as if they want it more.
I mean, there were times in this game you could see, you and Podz especially, where you guys were frustrated with the way things were going. How much of the frustration was based on what you guys were not doing, and how much was it with what they were doing?
It's all with what we're not doing, which is fighting to come up with the loose balls when they're out there. It's all what we're not doing.
Is that a very correctable thing, you think?
Absolutely.
Draymond, what You guys have played, I think you played in 5 game 7s. How is the vibe different? And what's the challenge like after 2 disappointing losses to your season's obviously on the line in 48 hours?
Yeah. You move past the 2 losses, they don't matter. A game 7 is game 7. I think anytime you had an opportunity to play in a game 7, it's fun. It's exciting. It's for all the marbles. So move on. I mean, we've moved on. Learn from what we did wrong. It's kind of obvious what we did wrong. Get ready for the game. But I think game 7s are fun.
I know you're kind of blaming the loss on some of the effort stuff that didn't go right, but you guys also missed, I think, 14 of your first 15 to start the 4th when you kind of lost control of the game. Like, what is so difficult right now offensively, particularly when, they're going very big and they go to a zone?
I think it was less about the zone and more about we started off the 4th quarter a 2-point game and we gave up a 4-point play. And it's just like you lose the life. So you got to give them some credit. They're doing a great job defensively. That's who they've been. That's why they're the 2 seed. It's because they have a great defense. But in saying that, we can't give up a 4-point play in a 2-point game off 1 pass ahead. That's crazy. So, yeah, they're doing a great job defensively, but I thought it was also caused by, kind of just losing the life after that.
What, in your, I guess, view, what happened on that play?
I don't know. I haven't seen a replay of it. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously we didn't get matched up. Fred VanVleet's got 17 threes in 3 games. And he's wide open coming out of a timeout. That's crazy.
I guess to follow on that, just what are you noticing with the way you guys are defending him, or what problems are emerging when he has the ball?
I think it's just comfortable. He's comfortable. He's getting to what he wants to get to. Somehow you got to break that up. But he's too comfortable.
Draymond, you've been in a lot of big games back here, a lot of big games, game 7s on the road. What is the difference and what's a key to getting off to a good start?
Just got to meet force with force, execute the game plan. Everybody will be excited. There'll be hype in there. They'll be loud. And then the game starts and it's just basketball. So you got to execute your game plan. Stay the course. They're going to make runs. Stay the course, continue to fight, but gotta execute.
How do you see Steven Adams moving out there and the impact he's having on the game? Like, he had 31 minutes in this game.
He's having a great impact. He's doing a great job on the offensive glass. He's doing a great job defensively. I just wish we could get a 3-second call. You stand in the paint. Whole possession is hard to box out. He's strong as hell. So, being outweighed by, 40, 50 pounds, 6 inches, you can just stand in the paint. It's tough to box him out. So hopefully we'll get a 3-second call next game. But he's doing incredible.
Draymond, obviously, everything has to be on the table for game 7, and Kerr said that there's a 100% chance he's going to consider playing Jonathan in game 7. A lot to ask, but do you think that he would be something interesting to see in a game 7?
Yeah, he cut out for it. He cut out for whatever you throw at him. He built the right way for that. 1,000%.
If any of your younger teammates asked you for advice about how to approach a game 7 that's going to have a lot of pressure, what would you tell them?
I'll tell my younger players that because they got younger players and I don't need them getting my advice.
Draymond, as you guys were getting ready for this series, Fred hasn't shot the 3 ball well mostly all season. He hasn't. Are you surprised at all by how well he shot these last few games? Because at first he wasn't shooting at all and he couldn't get balls dropped.
No, I'm not surprised one bit. Fred VanVleet is the reason we lost to Toronto in the finals. So we know what he's capable of. Not surprised at all.
Just ask you about some of the big basketball news today with Greg Popovich transitioning.
Oh man, that is my guy. I'm sorry to cut you off, but wow. Coach Pop is incredible. And none of us knew when that day would come that he'd hang him up. But it sucks to see him go. You love running down the stop court, seeing him on the sideline. I had the ultimate honor of playing for him and winning a gold medal. And it meant so much to him. He has a military background, obviously, and it just meant so much. And wow. He's one of the most incredible human beings. You get this this wall that everyone sees. How everybody say everyone says Steven Adams a gentle giant. That's Pop. You got this wall that's you ask a dumb question, he's gonna crush you, right? And it just appears as if he's this mean old man. And he is the complete opposite. Complete opposite. The nicest person you ever want to be around. He cares about people so much. And I was lucky enough and honored to have the opportunity to spend a summer with him and play for him. I gave him my shoes from the gold medal game. He wore them to the first game we played them. And every hug since then has meant so much to me, just to go over to the sideline and hug him. And to see him leave this game from the sideline. Obviously, they say he'll be the president, but that does nothing for me. But to not, it sucked playing against the Spurs this year and look over and not see him there. And to know that I'll never get that opportunity again, I just wish I had one last time to go hug him on the sideline before a game. I know I sound like he's dead, he's not, but he's meant so much to this league, and he means so much to me. His job well done, well-deserved retirement. I hope he enjoys the hell out of it. Clearly, he's not going far because he's going to stay working in basketball. But, man, just everything he's meant to this game. And I'm incredibly grateful that I had the opportunity to play for him.
Draymond, the last game 7 you had, Steph scored 50 points. And I'm just wondering how you see him respond to that kind of pressure when probably everyone is looking to him to do something special.
We look to him to do something special every night. For the last 13 years I've been here, I don't think it's any different.
All right, Bruce. Love to hear your comments.
Do you think Draymond had a good series so far?
Well, bottom line would be a no, but it is difficult because Houston got Fred VanVleet on them, so it's totally different. It's actually a brilliant strategy by Ime, just maximizing what he has. So I wouldn't say he's had a good series. Defensively, he has, but offensively, no.
During the games, he took a mid-range too, and he needs to take more of those. The floater, I think, on the corner on the left.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he needs trying to shoot the three to make them pay. I don't think that's the only way. He can make Houston pay.
The question is, I need to see the scheme, and that's going to be annoying until the next guy going on to the podium. Let me mute that. But again, it comes down to, I mean, I've seen it 2 straight games now where we're relying on the defense, and it just, I mean, okay, like Dray's got Sengun, I'm comfortable with that, but who's got Steven Adams over there? And we can't keep getting beat on that. So if you point a gun to my head, say, Rich, come up with a strategy, I know I got to play Looney, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But then I would take all night to try, I'd have a debate with all the guys on the coaching staff. Maybe it should be Trace. I don't know. But then you got to look at your offense. So I probably go with Looney, but I really don't. I don't want to, get into that because there's just so many options. And this is, I said this in the comments. It's like 4D chess. Like, this is above my pay grade. We're talking about Udoka, pop disciple against Steve Kerr, pop disciple, and Phil Jackson disciple. Like, this is some tough stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if Steve tried everything he could and Udoka tried everything he could and has an answer to whatever our answer is. And that's why this is going 7 games. Let's tip our hat to these 2 franchises that have pretty much figured out. And like I said, I mean, Houston, this double big lineup, and it's not like you can just, you can't just go replicate Steph either to do organized chaos. At the same time, other teams, 28 other teams, or even us, can't just go replicate a double big. It just so happens that Sengun is the way he is, and Steven Adams, and they've found a kryptonite for us. And then the last thing I'll say is that, so if we're having trouble with Steven, then to me, is it our defense? Because the strategy going in after game, well, off day, go look at it on our channel. Steve Kerr's interview on the Zoom call with the reporters is like, we have to play better defense, and that'll lead to better offense. Like, if we can't keep taking the ball out of the net, we have to play our pace. Well, I want to see, even if we do take the ball out of the net, can we score against a set offense? Because if we can't score against that set defense, if we can't score against that zone in a set defense, then like, I mean, what are we doing here? You can't get a stop every single time, there's going to be set defense situations. And that's what happened in the second half, like just the flow of it. You can feel it. And so if we can't figure that out, so I need to see X's and O's, chess, 4D chess, 5D chess. We need to break the zone. That's what we need to do. That's what I feel like. But that's just, I could be wrong. You never know in this game.
I mean, Warriors had 17 turnovers and Rockets scored 22.
There's your offense, yeah.
So
I think we need to beat the zone. And I don't care about defense. We're playing good enough defense, I feel like. But I don't know. Maybe Draymond's right. Maybe the tape shows that, we're not hustling after this, after that. So
we need shooters to beat the zone.
No, not necessarily. Beat the zone with two pointers, get cutters. I think Jonathan could work, but again, I don't want to go down that tangent, because then all the people on social media want to do is argue about, oh yeah, we should have played JK more, and the emotion of something being wrong and I need to fix and plug a hole right now, and JK, that's a good little cork I can plug this hole with, when they don't really know what the solution is. I don't want to go down that path. I kind of want to just go. So my gut tells me, if I were coaching the Warriors, I'd somehow, spend the next 36 hours with no sleep, trying to X's and O's and trying to figure out how to get JK into that. But I could be wrong. Because Steve could come up with something else, or Draymond could be right. It could just be about the hustle. So this is like, I'm at a point where, like, boy, I don't know what to suggest, but it's fine for people to suggest. I just want to temper that. So like somebody's saying, we need to, I think it was Matt Mills. I didn't get a chance to type it in, but he goes, we need to insert, I forget what it was. What XYZ? Maybe it was Trace and Looney or something like that. We need to put Trace and Looney in there or something like that. Whatever it may be. Well, my answer that I didn't have time to type out is, okay, If your guess is the same as Steve and we win, then you're a genius. If your guess is not the same as Steve and we win, then you're not a genius. If your guess is not the same as Steve and we lose, then you might be right. And then there's probably a fourth option. It's just like all the options are open right now. So either your guess is right and we win and Steve did the same thing, then you're a genius. Your guess is right, Steve didn't do it, and we win. There's a lot of combinations, right? So yeah, I think anybody's suggestion right now is just as good as any other suggestion, because this is very difficult. This is very difficult. And all I know is I don't want to do the same thing that we just lost 2 games with. And some of those same things are like, give the ball to Jimmy was the narrative from Steve yesterday. And obviously can't turn the ball over. Yeah. Well, Jimmy's at the podium. So any closing thoughts?
Move the ball.
Move the ball. Yeah, absolutely. Regardless of anything. Now, how you get to move the ball, that's another, dissertation is to figure that out. All right, let's go to Jimmy. See what he has to say. This should be interesting.
Jimmy, both Steve and Draymond said that 4-point shot, the play that Van Vliet had really seemed to turn the game. Did you feel that when you were on the court that it kind of was deflating?
Yeah. Anytime you start out a quarter not organized, not matched up, it's definitely deflating. One play that definitely turned the tides, but we're not gonna sit here and say that that's the real reason why we lost.
What would you say is the reason?
We gotta get these 50-50 balls. We gotta rebound better. That's been the story this entire series. They've gotten the loose balls and they've gotten way too many offensive rebounds.
You guys you missed, I think, 14 of your first 15 to open the fourth after that Van Vliet 3. What do you say is leading to some of these prolonged offensive droughts?
I think it's the pressing part of it. We'll be fine. We just got to continue to make the right play time after time after time. If somebody's open, they get the ball, you create for somebody else, and then just the karma of the game, you're going to find yourself more open more often than not.
Jimmy, what would you say would be the reason for the lack of hustle plays coming out on you guys? Is it a lack of effort or a lack of energy?
I won't say that it's a lack of effort. It's just if you want to do it or not. That is the bottom line. If you want to rebound, if you want to dive on a loose floor, if you want to take a charge, all those little things is if you want to do it. It's really that simple.
You always talk about taking the right shot or getting to the right shot. Do you think some of the guys are turning down the right shot a little bit too often?
Sometimes, yeah. But, too much of any good thing is a bad thing. You can be way too unselfish. You can be way too passive. I think you got to find a fine line. And yes, obviously, if Steph is open, you pass up your shot to get it to him. But when it comes to everybody else, like if you find your shot and you're in rhythm, you take it. If you're not, it's simple. Pass it to the next open guy or create for somebody else or create for yourself. I think a lot of the times we do a lot of thinking and it doesn't end well for us.
Jimmy, you think you've been in 4 Game 7s. Draymond and Steph have played in 5 each. On the other side, they have a total of like 10 Game 7 experience. Where does that playoff experience of being in a Game 7 help you guys the most?
I think we just know how important it is. They do too, though. On the road, backs against the wall. I think this is why you play this game. I know, we know that we have the opportunity to win the game. So on the road at Houston, Game 7, Sunday at some time.
And you said the other night after the game, the confidence hasn't wavered. Now that you've lost 2 in a row, where is it at?
At all-time high. It's now, out of all times, it's win or go home. It's not wavering. We know how good of a team we are. Like you said, a couple of us have been here before, multiple times. So it's on us to make sure we get it done.
Jimmy, from your experience, tell us what a game 7 feels like, how it's different, what's the vibe is like, what the energy, the whole feeling.
It's definitely going to be high energy, but it shouldn't feel any different for anybody. You go out there and you play basketball the way that you know how to play it. For us, for my teammates, those nerves don't need to set in. We're going to be just fine. Game 7 is not the hardest thing in the world, so we'll be okay.
Jimmy, Steven Adams has been a huge factor in this series, especially in this game. When you look at some of the offensive boards he's been getting and just his dominance inside, what's an adjustment you think you guys can make for Game 7 to kind of neutralize him or try and neutralize him?
Just get the ball. You got to jump. You got to get the ball. It's hard. It is. But if you want to win in this league, you definitely got to do some hard things. So just got to go get the ball.
Speaking as one who's guarding him and you've got the tailbone, like how do you feel physically? Like where's your
good enough? Good enough. I probably got to jump up there and get some more rebounds. I've been being lazy, so I'm going to definitely chase after the loose balls, dive, do all of that good stuff come Game 7. I should have been doing it anyways, but lead by example. If I do it, everybody else got to do it.
You know, end of games, tight games, it's about getting inside, like attacking the paint, high percentage shots. Do you feel like y'all are doing that enough? Are you settling for too many threes in those high leverage moments?
I mean, we already shoot a lot of threes, so, you know, we're going to take the shots that are given to us. And it actually is my job to make sure that I get inside the paint, get some layups, get to the free throw line, collapse the defense, and kick it to the open shooter. So if I haven't been doing enough, then I will do it more.
I mean, you and Steph obviously carried the heaviest load on the offensive end, but what do you need from your supporting cast? I mean, is it effort? Is it just production? Is it efficiency? What do you need from the guys to kind of get this team where you want to be?
Confidence. Keep them confident. Keep doing what y'all are doing. It's not on y'all. It's on all of us. So we're going to win together. We're going to lose together. But I know we're definitely going to win together come Sunday.
And how would you describe the vibe before the game tonight, going into this game?
We're good. We're good. We're smiling. We listen to our music, celebrating life, and we're ready to compete. We're ready to compete tonight. Things didn't go our way. Okay, we're gonna be ready to compete on Sunday, and we're gonna make the game go our way.
Steven Adams was a factor for the Rockets tonight. Just going into Game 7, how do you guys kind of adjust to what he was able to do tonight if he's able to do that at home in Game 7?
I think we got to stop focusing so much on them and focus on us. If we do that, then we're going to be fine. We're not going to sit here and act like we've been playing our best version of basketball, because we haven't. And they've been doing okay, but they haven't played their best version of basketball either. So what we're going to do, we're going to focus on us. We're going to get the ball from Steven Adams for the last time, but we got to focus on us. We can't keep focusing on the Houston Rockets.
Jimmy, from the outside, a lot of people are saying, oh my God, this team is veteran, 35, 37, and now they got to go all the way back to Houston with very little rest and win another game, and that's going to be so hard. How do you guys react to this kind of noise about age and travel and the toll this series is taking?
I've never been one to listen to the outside noise or people as a whole, because they just be saying stuff and half of it don't make sense. So we'll be right. I mean, I'm 35. I can't remember how old Steph is. I think Dray 35 too. We'll be right. Everybody got to travel the same distance. It ain't like we're going to go around the world and then land in Houston and they only got a 5-minute flight to Houston. So they got to travel just like we got to travel. Bet.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
I keep telling people, I've said this before, we here on Let's Go Warriors, we are 1% of 1%. And I'm proud of that, actually. That's not lack, that's abundance. So a lot of you people in the chat, I think this is not the place for you. You are unable to rise yourself up to meet us here. And that's okay. So we're just going to time you out, especially when me and Bruce are talking and we can't monitor that. And if it's just me, Bruce, and Pinky, and Amy in here, and Dean, who's working right now, so be it. I'd rather have high vibrational with 5 people than a whole bunch of people that act like they should be on Twitter right now in a time of, you know, in a stressful time with the season on the line, with everything on the line, you know. It's going to be tough. It's your reputation is on the line. We lose game 7, no doubt there will be heads will roll. You know, Joe Lacob wants to win, and he'll probably deduce that this formula ain't working, and that's fine too. But you can't go crazy. You can't let your fear just take over and start, you know, taking numbers and throwing guys under the bus, like left and right, like saying things about Steph. You don't need to say that. Saying things about Steve. You don't need to say that. I've said enough. It shouldn't really go further than I would love to see a strategy against that zone, Steve. Like, what needs to be said more than that? It doesn't. You don't need to say, "Oh, Steve is this, that judgment, this, that judgment." I just want to see some good X's and O's against what Ime's doing to us. Like, that's just good basketball. Like, so that's all I got to say. All right, what do you have in response to Jimmy?
It's good to have confidence. Warriors have their back against the wall. If you come very sad or depressed, that's not a good start. So he's saying they're playing music, they're confident, same distance, traveling. You know, that's a good booster. I mean, it's the mental now. Now in game 7, it's all about mental, the psyche. You cannot go into game 7 already defeated. I mean, it's 3-3 already, so it's too late to go back to the past 2 games. So now get ready for game 7, rest. You know, it's over already. It is a must right now.
Cool. I'm just checking. Okay, cool. Send over some of these in.
I mean, I remember when Jimmy was like 3-0 against the Celtics conference finals, and went to Boston and won. And Curry and Warriors lost to the Rockets in game 6, and then game 7 they went to Houston. They were down at halftime. Houston missed all those threes, 27 threes, I think, and won. So I know it's a different team. Curry and Green are older, so Warriors need to have that belief. No turnovers. Leave the bakery in San Francisco. You know, and bakery in Houston doesn't even taste that good. I live in Houston, so. Yeah, I try turnovers in San Francisco. They taste better than Houston turnovers. So leave those turnovers in San Francisco. Go to Houston, take care of business, and let's continue the journey. So it is what it is.
All right, Dubs is meditating. Love it. How do you meditate while chatting?
I mean, the brunettes, like those guys keep saying, the brunettes.
Yeah. All right, let me check who's at the podium. I assume we'll get Steph at some point. And anything else how about answering some comments in the chat if you get a chance? I'm going to try and transcribe the Steve Kerr interview real quick while we do all that. Actually, hey, Bruce, look at the camera and smile on 3, 2, 1. All right, thanks. Yay. Go make you famous later on Instagram if I have time.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Kimbo said we have played better on the road than we have at home. I mean, game 1, that was good.
True.
We knew we wanted to steal game 1, and we played really good. So if we play game 7 like we must win, I think Warriors love adversity sometimes. So
yeah.
So I think I'm confident. Warriors can pull it. Put it
Yeah,
off.
just like Olive said, I'm interested to see what the adjustments will be. And that's kind of like what they're what this game is all about, what the NBA level is all about. Now that gets really interesting. So
oh, okay. Dean A said, Dinegan, stock will be sleepless. Try to figure out things. They can let Fred VanVleet get hot. I mean, we'll see.
There it is.
Yeah.
Dubs, you're funny. We won't mention that one on the podcast, but anyways.
I mean, to me, the series depends on Draymond. I think Draymond is the key.
Okay.
If Draymond is aggressive offensively.
Offensively, he's the key. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to have your voice on here. It's good to have a little change up. Nothing on Dean though. I've already said Dean's voice was made for podcasts, man. He's got a good voice for that. I've been editing a lot of Dean in the last week. No, it's good, but yeah, it's kind of neat to have a different voice on here. I appreciate it. All right. Anything else in the comments as I'm going to try to multitask here.
That DASD said Buddy is our biggest X factor. I mean, we needed Buddy tonight, but I mean, I don't know if he's gonna next game.
Or tough. Man, Steph was 9 for 23 overall. 6 for 16 on threes.
Are the Warriors gonna blitz VanVleet next game?
I don't know. I don't have any answers for you guys. This one's tough.
But I'm gonna sleep tonight, and I'm gonna sleep tomorrow night. I'm not gonna go sleepless.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
Steph turnover, yeah. He threw the ball at the feet of players so many times. I think there was one at Moody's feet. When Steph is double, somebody needs to come, and so he can get the ball to that person.
Well, I'm looking forward to. I'm still airdropping the interviews, so
yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't multitask, but looking forward to Steph next. But no, go ahead.
Steph, when he has no turnovers, it's sensational. So I think the Rockets gonna. He suffered from Steph in 2022, so he knows what Steph is capable of. So we're probably gonna see one more wrinkle of Ime, or another blitz of Steph. So the others have to play. They cannot rely on Steph to have 50 in Game 7 like 2023. So the others have to step up. cannot wait for Butler or Curry to carry the team. So if Buddy start next game, he needs to have his greatest playoff game. You know, everybody needs to grab rebound, and you'll get icy out later. So.
All right, Dubs. When he comes to the live, he can change his voice to anything. Are you a spy? Are you Tom Cruise Mission Impossible? You can change it up.
You're gonna be yourself. Who's Dubs really?
Well, he's got his yeah. Who is the real Dubs? That'd be funny if he had
talking about brunettes and stuff. So
what if he had like a British accent? That'd be hilarious.
No, he's from Texas. So
yeah, I know. I'm just kidding. That's a dad joke. All right. Well, I'm gonna go and multitask now.
Yeah. The Wolves went 7 for 30, but Gobert was getting all the rebounds because the Lakers were small. So.
Yeah, keep answering comments if you can.
Yes, Bloomer. Buddy is due, and I believe Buddy is gonna have a good game, a great game in 7. Warriors gonna win game 7. I hope.
Oops, sorry.
Solid Mind is a Rockets fan. I feel you guys messed up letting Steph play that whole second half. He played the whole second half? I don't think he played one. I think he played the whole quarter. I don't think he played the whole.
If Steph goes off on you guys, will you come back and say I was wrong, or like what's the point? as long as you come, if you come back, if Steph beats you guys, then you got to come back and say, oh, my bad. At least my bad.
Yeah.
So, whatever you say right now, it can't be determined until the next game, at which point be a man and come back and say my bad. You can gloat all you want if you win.
Yeah.
What is the point of all this ego stuff? A lot of ego, a lot of thumping of the chest. It doesn't impress me. So,
according to Pinky, Rockets will blade Steph. Warriors need strength in numbers and go back with their identity, moving the ball. Yes, they haven't really moved the ball. It's just one pass and then shoot.
Mm-hmm. But I do give credit. It's like it's hard to figure out that zone. I do give credit. Like the zone plus Amen is in that zone. He's a solid defender, and so like I'll be very impressed if we can figure it out, because it's 4D chess. Like it's tough. Like it just honestly, it really reminds me of the time when in the Asian leagues, Alpine Striders, man, they would always play 1-3-1 zone full court press. It messes you up. It's so hard. And you can really only beat that with just super high IQ and the right pieces and stuff. And the Warriors have that. So at the same time, it's been a little disappointing. But I understand it. I understand the process. But now, we did give the ball to Jimmy, but people got open shots. We weren't making them. So I want to see some X's and O's. Like I really want to see this PhD level X's and O's coming up in game 7. So I'm curious to see what it is.
Wait, Solid Mind did say a Rocket's gonna beat the Warriors finally. Wow, I didn't see that one. Okay.
What was that?
Solid Mind said the Rockets are finally beating the Warriors this year. So, and he said he's come back.
Are you a Rockets fan in a Warriors chat right now?
Rockets finally beating the Warriors this year, and he said he'll come back. So,
oh, so you're a Rockets fan? Okay, you're a Rockets fan in the Warriors channel.
I mean, I don't think it's over Tyrese Clutch, but
so that's why you got all this ego. You're spreading your male adolescent ego onto me. I get it. All right, are you done? Like, we're trying to have a Warriors conversation here, so you can leave now, unless you want to praise the Warriors or say some stuff. But like, obviously, this is oil and water. So if you're done, you can go home now and enjoy your Game 6. There's really no need to keep saying all these egotistically driven things. Like it does nothing.
Daz with the GFSGDG said, does Steve play Gee a bit more next game? I mean, he's my favorite player, but he fouls a lot. He has been a lot lately.
He fouls a lot, yeah. Yep.
I mean,
there's a lot of pieces.
Yeah. I think TJD should get some burn. Or Looney. Looney has experience in Game 7, so.
Kimbo's got a point there. Will Steve play the entire roster? And we have had players that haven't been effective either, so as well. So, and even I am saying, what about JK? But he hasn't. When he had the minutes, still was kind of, just couldn't reach the ball quite, and so I don't know what the answers are. I've already said that. I don't have any suggestions really. Whatever happens, happens.
JK speaks French, and I speak French, so that's why we have the same accent, Bloomer.
Oh, cool! Wow, you speak French. Steph's on the podium. Here we go. Wardell. About 30 seconds behind real time. Here we go.
Steph, many of your teammates have come in here and said that the downfall tonight is not getting after the 50 balls, the want to kind of get those hustle plays and have them go in your favor. Why do you think that is happening, and how do you think that changes in Game 7?
You just gotta go do it. Like, we were down 2 going into the fourth. They were playing zone against us pretty much, the whole second half, and you can kind of look at the possession here at the start of the fourth. Fragan an N1-3. That's a tough momentum play. Jabari got 2 threes off of a good hustle play and a tough turnover, and then another offensive rebound that turned into a 3 that, a possession here, possession there. It's not just the points on the board. It's a feeling, it's a vibe, it's a morale, it's momentum. And, you got to dig deep to win these type of games. So thankfully we have another opportunity to go do it. Very confident that we can go do it.
Steph, do you see some sense of hesitancy on some of your guys not to take the shot? Do you tell them, hey, it's okay if you miss or make, just take the shot? Or do you want them to keep passing the ball, just trying to make sure the perfect shot's there?
There's a reason they're playing us zone for the whole half, pretty much. And they're trying to force a certain type of shot. Obviously, I took probably 4 heavily contested deep threes just to try to kind of will us. But if they're going to do that and they're going to play zone and make certain guys shoot it, then it's the same way we talk about it all season long, regular season, playoffs. Like, everybody's in this league for a reason. You know, if you have a shot, take it. I don't need to say anything. Coach don't need to say anything. You're out there, be aggressive. You know, look for your shot and we'll live with it. That's the name of the game. You know, just the shots that we're creating or the shots that are open, keep taking them.
Do you have to, like, you know, as you look at this zone, I mean, do you feel like you're getting the looks you want? I mean, just going back to that answer, do you just feel like you need to keep doing the same thing and hopefully, you know, your other guys make those shots, or do you guys need to attack this zone different?
Well, it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, I don't know if it's a surprise. It might be a little bit of surprise that they played that much zone, but I think we could probably look at a little bit more film and see where those shots are, see where those driving lanes are. Obviously, when you drive, they have Steven Adams in the middle of the paint waiting on you. So, whether that's a drive to a kick to a swing that's going to, you know, get you a step in three, I think we can be a little bit more patient on certain possessions. But you have to make shots at the end of the day. You know, Fred hit some big momentum ones. Jabari hit some big momentum ones. Those are, you know, can swing momentum again. So for us, don't panic. Just, you know, make the necessary adjustments and understand how they're defending us, and we should be all right.
Steph, you and Draymond have 5 game 7s together, and Jimmy's played in 4 of them. Where does that game 7 experience factor in the most when you're actually in a game 7? How does it help you guys the most?
Just the confidence that no matter how it looks, we can get it done. We need to be composed. We need to be able to manage the emotions of the next 48 hours. Again, not panic, but have a sense of urgency on the adjustments that we need to make going into Game 7 and how to deal with a hostile environment. I think we've had one in that building before, and you understand the crowd is going to be into it. How we start the game is going to matter, but it's going to be a long 48 minutes to stick with it and, you know, come with a level of aggressiveness and attention to detail, and just the idea that, you know, it's going to be a game of runs. You got to, you know, just embrace it, have fun with it, you know, show up with a kind of killer instinct. Everybody got to be like that.
Steph, this is like my 3rd time watching you play. I'll say, like, it gets crazier every time. Like, seeing you get triple teamed, you're getting like held almost every play. So, like, how do you stay like locked in the whole time when the defense is like doing everything it can to like stop you or get you involved?
Just embrace it and still try to find a way to impact the game. You know, you see all type of defenses, and at the end of the day, you have to be able to figure it out.
How do you feel physically? What are your fatigue levels?
I actually feel great. You're having to work, and that's fine. I think that it's weird because the zone, it doesn't necessarily take the most out of you, like, or demand the most physically. It's just mentally trying to figure out where the holes, where the pockets are, where the openings are. But I feel great.
Is the solution to get in the paint, or is it to make, you know, shoot them out of the zone, or do you want to get inside?
I mean, it's a balance because, again, they have size in there. They're playing the 2 bigs and trying to buy possessions defensively with the zone so that they can take advantage of it on the other end. I think in the 4th quarter, we struggled that first 6 minutes, and you have to resist the temptation to rush and force shots if it's me or Jimmy trying to, get good looks, but use our the attention they're going to throw at us, whether it's me running around, trying to find openings or Jimmy driving to, make the defense collapse and swing and find open looks. But I think for the most part, we got a lot of pretty good looks in the fourth. We just didn't make them. And then on the other end, they made a couple. They got a bunch of offensive rebounds. Then we had to go hack at Steven Adams for a while. So make shots. And that's me, that's Jimmy, that's everybody.
You mentioned a couple of times that Kuminga could or should have a role in this series. I know he's played a little bit already, but could Game 7 be a really nice time for that for him?
I think everything's on the table for sure, and him included to it's the ultimate challenge of staying ready. I know he has answered that question plenty of times that he is ready. And it's going to be good for us to get into the war room and figure out what those adjustments are going to be personnel-wise, scheme-wise, to give our best effort for Game 7. The good part or the fun part about this is no matter how it looks, you win one game, you hit reset and get, an opportunity to play another series. And this is a grind. This is tough. This is what it's, supposed to be in the playoffs, to bring the best out of you, to earn the right to get to the next round. So for us, everybody's got to be willing to step up. And if you're asked to play, you're asked to impact the game, be ready to go do it.
Steph, you just said this is a grind, and it's obviously been a grind. One of the subplots is that you guys are an older team and now having to fly, play game, go back and forth. Is it taking a toll? Is it harder now than it was a couple years ago?
It's different. It's always been hard to win. Like, don't get that twisted in terms of not just you, everybody, just in the sense of like winning is hard and sustaining it is hard. And there are different challenges of figuring out a team that's trying to, take you out of your rhythm or your patterns or whatnot. And you're playing against a really good team. So if you want to win at the highest level, you have to embrace the hard, whether it's the physical challenges of, doing it at this stage of your career, or whether it's just because you're playing a good team. Like, we've had challenges all throughout this run, and this is another one.
Steph, you guys have had a couple chances to close them out this series. Just what is your reaction to the fact that it got to Game 7 this series?
I mean, thankfully we have another game to play. And we did our work early in the series to give us some cushion, but they're the 2 seed. They have home court advantage in the series because they're a really good team, and they've demonstrated that all season. We've been on a run since the trade to have an opportunity to play a Game 7 in a playoff series and get to the next round. So again, in February, if you told us we had a Game 7, we would take that all day long. How we got here, not happy with 7 in a 2 seed. They have home court series.
I got to rerun that.
Some cushion, but they're the 2 seed. They have home court advantage in the series because they're a really good team, and they've demonstrated that all season. We've been on a run since the trade to have an opportunity to play a Game 7 in a playoff series and get to the next round. So again, in February, if you told us we had a Game 7, we would take that all day long. How we got here, not happy about it, but we do have another opportunity.
Steph, over here, how are Game 7s different than Games 1 through 6? I mean, they're all intense and competitive. What's different about a Game 7? And related question, do you have any specific snapshot memory of Game 7 in Sacramento 2 years ago?
No, it's just the nerves and the adrenaline, and you understand the stakes. If you don't play a game or your best game, or you don't figure out a way to win, you're going home. But it's also exhilarating because when you do, it brings the best out of you. And there's no better feeling of, closing out a series, with just the whole Game 7 vibe. So there's one tomorrow. We get to watch it. We got one on Sunday. Like it's what this league is about, and it's a great opportunity to show up when it matters most. And have an opportunity to move on. So you don't really do anything different, but you have to embrace the nerves and the adrenaline of it.
You have a specific memory from second round?
I mean, that was just a great game overall. Hopefully I can repeat that.
Asked Draymond earlier about how there were some moments in this game when your guys were frustrated, visibly frustrated, Draymond, Podz. And I said, is that because of something that Rockets were doing to you guys, or is it because something you guys weren't doing? He had an answer. What's your answer to that? Why was the frustration level sort of visible at times today?
There were momentum plays that you want to have back, like 50-50 balls that we didn't get, offensive rebounds that we let them have, just breakdowns where they're getting open looks. There were times we would make a run, we couldn't get over the hump. And now you understand there was pressure to win on your home floor. They're playing great. Like, you got to give them credit. It's not like we're just, laying an egg and rolling over. We're fighting. We're trying to compete. There's just in the margins some things that we can do better and control what we can control. And I think we can do that in Game 7.
Steph, knowing that things change year to year in this league, how much does will play a factor in just wanting to have another game, another series with this particular group of guys on your team?
It's kind of baked into the nature of a Game 7. If you don't show up with that appropriate mentality, then you got a long vacation ahead of you. So you don't want to be the team that's packing up. We're packing for a week, getting on this plane to go to Texas and hopefully go to Minnesota right after. That's the approach. And I know we're all excited about the fact that we still have life left, even though these last 2 games haven't gone our way.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave it in your hands, Bruce, because what happened here is that I was recording this, and I always do. And I ran out of memory. So now I got to clear out some memory and go re-record that damn thing. So if you have any, go ahead and answer comments or give your impressions of whatever Steph talked about. And
seems like a guy who knows he has to be special Sunday. And he knows that because he said that hopefully he can repeat it. So I'm hoping that he doesn't have to repeat it and the others show up. Butler helps, Green helps, Buddy Hield helps. But if he has it another game, that'll be awesome. Warriors just need a win. So there's no other game left. So it is time to take the Rockets seriously. Win the first quarter. I mean, how many first quarter the Warriors have won in this series? I don't think a lot. So Warriors have to come out first quarter and dominate and tell to the Rockets that's not your time yet. Not so babyface assassin is still here. Jimmy Butler is still here. Draymond getting angry. Green still here. So
yeah, I totally agree with you. Win the first quarter, damn it.
yeah. I mean, I don't think they won a lot of first quarters. So yeah, the goal right now is win the first quarter.
It's a good goal.
Yeah.
So I gotta re-record stuff in the other room, so you might hear distant background. But anyways,
if Pat Spencer, I mean, if Pat Spencer is playing, I think the Warriors win or they lose. So I don't think he's gonna get minutes. Batman and Robin. Well, right now we need the Justice League. We need the Justice League. Okay. We need Batman, Robin, Nightwing,
Aquaman. Oh wait, no, he's on the other team.
Wonder Woman. Oh no, that's man. Okay. Superman. Whoever.
Well, Amy said I'm Superman, so we got Superman. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Arrow, Green Arrow. Yeah.
We need Hulk.
Hulk is Marvel.
I'm timing you out, Dubs. You said we need a big man because Hulk is a big man. Wait, he's not Justice League though. He's Avengers.
Yeah, Avengers. That's the wrong team. We got well, GB2 was not Tarzan today. It was George in the jungle. George of the jungle or something.
I know. Guy needs to be Zorro. He looks like Zorro, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's powerful.
Tarzan, but Tarzan does some funny stuff sometimes. He forgets to guard Fred VanVleet every now and then. I hate to say.
That was a bad foul, man.
Oh yeah, that was pretty horrendous.
And Steph missed the free throw. It would have been a 1 point game.
Yeah. There we go, Kimbo. Yeah, we all would have been happy with a game 7 if I told you that 2 months ago, right? That's a no-brainer. So that's another way to look at it.
I mean, that's a nice comment, but I cannot say I'm proud of this team yet because I want to win. If we lose, I'll say that. But
yeah, that's good. That's good response to that too. I'll give you that.
Remember this season? This season you were saying GP2. Every game he has one bonehead play. And then
yeah, can we make it 0 just for game 7?
So GP2 could have a great game 7.
Some things I took notes when Steph was talking about. I said, thank you, Steph, for explaining the hustle in more detail, because he said it's a morale thing. So you get the hustle plays, it adds to the vibe, it adds to the energy. And I like that. There's more, it's, I thought, better explained than how Jimmy and Draymond explained it. That being said, I can envision beating the zone by hitting Jimmy at the nail and, just shoot the ball, Jim. You're right there 15 feet away. That should be a layup. To do that, I can envision Looney out there on the floor, though, as well, because what if you miss? Then you need a Looney to get the offensive rebound, especially against Steven. So that progression of thinking while Steph was talking made me think that, okay, I'd be happy if the zone breaker is just get the ball to Jimmy at the nail, take a shot, it's there. Just score 44 points by twos, 35 points, 32 points by twos. That's fine. But then I would probably need to see Looney in there for some rebounding too. So that would be my first very surface level solution, because earlier I said I want to see us beat the zone. So to scratch that itch of beating the zone, knowing that we can beat this zone just in the half court. And then everything else I feel good about, because we can still get stops. We're getting stops. And yeah, you need to hustle more. Okay, I know we can do those. But the one big question mark for me is, can you beat that zone in a set defensive way in the half court? Just show me that. And so I think for me, I've concluded I want Looney. So that's how I came to that conclusion.
I mean, the mid-range. I've been saying all series. The mid-range. Isn't that a good way to? I mean, I saw Moody shoot a mid-range a couple times.
Here we've got Kimbo is also saying we had a lot of hand grenades. Yes, didn't we? And I think one of the reporters was asking, I think Kim Kawakami maybe was asking about the overpassing and where's the fine line between trying to find Steph versus taking your own shot. And so I think really the underlying impetus for those questions was because he noticed there were a lot of hand grenades. So I think Jimmy scoring, 32 points from the nail, that's fine. That'll solve some of the hand grenades, but let's get other people involved because then you make them react. He scores double digits first quarter, first half, 16 points first half from the nail. Then they got to respond to that. Then they got to kind of get off of Steph a little. Then it loosens it up a little bit. So I think that's step number one. So that goes right along with what I was saying. So thanks for bringing that up at the opportune time.
I mean, the last two games we have been playing the Rockets pace. Warriors need to make the Rockets play their pace and turnovers and go on transition.
We did that in one stretch tonight. Just one stretch, I think it was.
Yeah, when Curry was on fire and then Podz shot the three for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah. But I also think that Jimmy shooting those mid-ranges with Looney there to offensive rebound and things like that can loosen up Houston a little bit. More so than we're doing right now.
I mean,
too many
I can still see the Warriors win.
Yeah. By the way, I gotta run a quick audio on Steve because the transcription sucks on this. So let me play this real quick.
An energy level situation was a loss of confidence. Just generally, what would you explain?
Okay, yeah. Tim Kawakami, he's hard to transcribe because he's all over the place. He tails off this sentence and goes to the next sentence.
Yeah.
And he doesn't speak in full sentences. But he's got that level of shared brain with Steve Kerr so that he understands what he's talking about. I can't wait to have dinner. How about answer some more things in the comments while I keep transcribing this? Oh, wait. I gotta. Oh, here. Hold on. Let's see. Do you see a common thread in the turnovers?
Who wins in this series?
Oh, wait.
Something that's similar between them, or
We have the
Okay. Go ahead.
Podz missing those Daxich said Podz missing those wide open threes. Demotivated. But you all know we are a 3-point team, not making every third or fourth game. So next game we're gonna be.
We're due. Yeah, we're due. Maybe. Buddy's due. Definitely.
I agree, but I like to try twos and then.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
For sure, hit those twos, especially they're playing zone. It's a different zone. It's like in the traditional sense of zone, like college, high school, you're giving up the threes to guard the middle. Their zone is an inverted zone. The thing they're giving up is the middle, versus like the traditional zone in high school and college where you're giving up the three and you're crowding the paint because they have, Shaquille O'Neal in the paint or what have you. This is different because it's Steph. So they're playing an inverted zone on Steph. So now you got to really pay attention to that and counter that. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. That's surprisingly no one's really even brought that up, is that it's really an inverted zone. It's kind of neat, honestly. But from a pure basketball sense, especially dating back to high school ball and when we played zone and had to worry about post up guys.
Yeah. Warriors just had to make shots. So
yeah. And it's crazy because I really, you talk about Greg Popovich stepping down from coaching and up to executive level things. I mean, we all know it's health related, but boy, I just got to credit Udoka. His strategies are really impressive from an X's and O's standpoint. I kind of like seeing, like I know that Nick Nurse, Toronto Raptors, they played janky defense on Steph, boxing one. And yeah, it's janky and we can make fun of it, but dude, it worked on us. I know we were injured and everything, but like that shit kind of worked. And it's kind of like, you kind of tip your hat to that. It's like, I wish I had that genius when I was coaching Asian tournaments and stuff where we could, I tried like against the full court press and then the 1-3-1 zone of Alpine. I would have my big man brought the ball up because I told him, let's just go treetop to treetop because they're all these, short Vietnamese kids that super quick and they steal the ball from down here. So just go 6'4" guy to 6'2" guy, and they're all 5'10", 5'9". And then there was and that worked, but we just didn't have the talent or the experience. And there's other examples where you just have to adjust on the fly in a game with literal X's and O's. And it's crazy. And it kind of just comes down to the X's and O's versus an execution of it. And that's just like pure, Hoosiers, the movie Hoosiers. Oh, let's run the picket fence and, all these little things. That's, doesn't really is mostly reliant on execution. And so I think it's kind of like, I would like to see our offense execute. I know it's organized chaos and everything. So this is the credit Udoka for taking away Steph's organized chaos. Believe it or not, someone actually did it.
But if Buddy Hield was making shots, I don't know.
Yeah. Kind of tells me, next year's roster, you're going to need a shooter, a pure shooter, even, somebody out there. I know.
Dalton Connect.
Who?
Dalton Connect from the Lakers. Dalton Connect.
Dalton. Yeah, that'd be a tough get. It's like kind of need to look for a veterans minimum guy, or I don't know that there are shooters available at that level. Or you think like Houston's got a Reed Shepherd, but they spent a draft pick on that. So those aren't easy to get, right? Just shooters aren't easy to get at all. They get swallowed up in the draft pretty quick. Oh, so I'm done with the Steph interview. So keep going on the comments.
Pinky, I saw your question. Where is it? Will Kerr start with MO instead of Buddy or maybe Podz? I think the reason they switched to Buddy was because they put the big guy on Moody and they were leaving Moody open.
Yeah. We can talk about that now. Oh yeah, and I want to talk about that in terms of, I think you called it, Bruce. Before the game started, when I wrote the article, I said, I think you do need to make a change, but I agree with Bruce. I would go with QP.
Yeah.
I want to see some QP. If you're not starting Looney, then at least start QP for the offense. And let's get our 3-point shooting back from the 5 spot rather than the 2 spot. Sorry about that. It's on mute now, so it won't happen again. Yeah. What do you think about that, Bruce?
I will start Post next on game 7. Yeah. And tell him to don't jump. Just lift your hands and grab rebounds. We need your rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And then if in the first 5 minutes he's not doing it, I'll pull him.
Yep. And it's odd because he had a good game, and I don't remember the rest of game 5 because I just kind of wiped that from my memory. But the first quarter, QP was good. He was good. Offense and defense in game 5. This game, not so good. Foul, 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 right? 4 fouls.
Not good defensively.
What the heck? You're a role player. You're supposed to be playing good at home and bad on the road, but it's the opposite of that. So I hope you keep the pattern going. Play good in game 7. But we both agree. Start QP.
Ty Jerome. I don't think Ty Jerome is coming back to 4 years.
We can't afford him. Yeah.
Too many Ty Jerome haters.
Yeah. Depends. Yeah, that too. But Ty has been playing awesome. Depends what happens with JK contract. But generally speaking, we can't afford these guys. Because Jonathan, we're 37 million under the second apron, so we're already at the first apron. Even without Jonathan. We got to fill all these spots. So we're already at the first apron. At least of the Ty Jerome caliber. And he's going to get paid. Why? He's on the Cavs. They're winning. They've got the best record in the NBA. They're going to make a deep playoff run. Ty Jerome, if he's a free agent, I didn't double check it, but if he's going to get paid. No doubt. Look at Bruce Brown. He got paid. Ty Jerome will get paid. And we're not going to be able to afford that. I already know. We've never been able to afford that.
What about the player that Steph signed to his brand? I think he was on the Lakers.
Davion?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's look it up. I think we don't need to watch Discord. They're just going to rehash the interviews. Although I should do some work right now, but let's go to browser and let's look at he went to Miami, right, Davion? We're looking at him or somebody else?
No, I think he was on the Lakers, and then he went to the G League. We caught him, and then he said that he was a Steph fan. He showed him a picture when he was a kid.
Oh, right. Oh, but he's a point guard handler, right? He's not a shooter.
Oh, okay. But he was in
Quincy something. Yeah, he might even still be on the list here. Quincy Oliveri.
Yeah, that's the guy. Again.
I don't think he's like a shooter type though, but he'd be good to, like, don't get me wrong, Pat Spencer has played great these last couple games, but like between him and Quincy Oliveri, I mean, it's kind of toss it up. Like we're talking about backup point guard here. So
they caught him for Bronny. So
anyway, yeah, we'll see. That's kind of, we'll look at that in the offseason. There's way too many variables right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. NBA is a fairy tale, right? Strange things can happen. We get knocked out early, maybe LeBron wants to come here and team up. That'd be crazy. I know you would disown, you would not want to be a fan, just like you said before, the Jimmy Butler one.
Anything.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You never know. So it's kind of hard to look ahead to the roster right now. I'm going to have to take it one day at a time, guys. And
so is Steph going to play a lot of minutes? I will not play him a lot of minutes in the first half.
Don't play Steph a ton of minutes in first half. Okay.
Yeah, save some minutes for the second half.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess keep talking to him. Keep talking to the people in the comments. See where we go with that, because I want to finish up the Steve Kerr transcription.
Yes, Justin. We have Ty Jerome and A lot of people hated Ty Jerome. A lot of people hated Ty Jerome, and now he's like the second best scorer. I saw a game they played against Miami. He had like 28 points. I was like, wow,
he's nuts.
He's hitting all those threes.
Yeah.
Dean again said Steph needs to drive more, but he has two players in front of him. I don't think he can drive.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the beauty of that inverted zone. Isn't that crazy? So that's really explains the inverted zone. So you're extra far out. You leave the middle wide open. He drives into the middle, then he's driving right into two guys. The other two guys he beat, but now you're driving right into two guys. So it's very unique. You're just not going to see that anywhere else, because unless Trae Young goes crazy one game and somebody decides to copy Udoka and they have two bigs or something like that. This is what you're seeing right now is just really unique.
The reason why it's working because there was a guy in Golden State who was not there anymore. It was in Dallas. They couldn't do it because yeah, that other guy was there. They couldn't do it because he was gonna shoot all those threes. So
yeah,
that's what Coach Kerr was trying to recreate with Buddy.
Yeah,
but Buddy is not the Hall of Famer guy.
Yeah.
You know, the guy in Dallas, I don't want to say his name, but yeah.
Yeah, in case anybody was wondering just what was going on there with Bruce.
I mean, he could have helped.
Yeah, against Houston. Yeah. And then for all the other series, he's a liability on defense, right? So it's all matchups.
Yeah.
So, I mean, people are overreacting on a lot of stuff. So it's to be expected. But like you can't just, go all out and go get a big man just to, Dwight Howard, I saw in the comments,
Dwight Howard?
For Houston, for this particular series, maybe you have a counter on Steven Adams or what have you, but it's not a video game. You got to play a whole 82 games and then you get here. You don't just automatically go, oh, we play Houston first round and they're going to do double big and, oh, we should have got a big man. No, it doesn't work that way. There's a whole process to this. All right. Anything else going
on? Where was that GB2 cut when he gets double? Oh. I mean, he tried to do it Moody and turnovers. So
it might be worth it to go through the play-by-play to see where. I mean, granted, you start the fourth quarter, we're down by 2, missed a free throw even, but then you're suddenly down by 6, right? 4-point play.
I mean, the Warriors were in the game. It's the fourth quarter they got killed. That I agree with Coach Kerr. The 4-point play. I think they started the quarter 6-0, something like that.
Mm-hmm. And it's easy to go 6-0 when you start 4-0 on the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors have been, except last game, they were in every game. So it's a couple turnovers. You said, Dean again said, my concern with JK is that the ball slips his hands when he gets bumped. You mean like Steph?
That's true. There can always be the argument that the turnovers can't get any worse than they already are. There can always be that argument. Yeah. That's kind of like JK's automatic rebuttal. And even Marcus Thompson said that. So
I mean, Draymond has awful turnovers. Like tonight, I don't know. There was one turnover. I didn't know. What was that?
Right. threw it behind Gary.
I think the issue Kerr has with JK is no effort on rebounds or get the ball. Or sometimes he doesn't go to the rim. He just ball watching. And I've seen a couple times post is ball watching.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, when you were talking about that, it's the last sentence. And thank you, Dina Gon, bringing that up, I guess. I think you got to play Kuminga just to see what happens. At some point, you got to fit him in there. You got to see what happens. You can't, you know, if you lose game 7, you're always going to have that regret. I should have seen what JK had. You got to try it. And like you said, you got to get over that hump. For me, I think the hump for Steve is that what you just said, which is JK, which is correct, honestly. JK doesn't get the ball quite. He doesn't, go get it, rebound, he's just not quite there. It's not that he doesn't want to, he just doesn't know how. He's still very young and only came to the US at age 13. He's behind Amen Thompson in the player development cycle, but that's to be expected. He's only been playing American basketball since age 13. Okay, now that we know that, well, it's just that I don't think you can play a game 7 and not try him out. And like you said, if you're worried about him turning the ball over sometimes, how can that worry be any worse than the worry of Steph turning the ball over or Draymond turning the ball over at this point? So I think that's a way to get over that mental hump. So I think you got to play JK, but I said that back in the Clipper game. And then I said that again in the Memphis game. He didn't play. So I was right after the Clippers game, but then I was wrong because we won without him after the Memphis game. So I could be wrong. Who knows? But if it were me, if it was Coach Rich, I would play JK, but I'm not Coach Kerr. So what about you?
People are going to play because they're going to want to save the vets in the first half. So,
I mean, you could be wrong still, man. I don't know if they save the vets or not.
Yeah. Warriors have to. My challenge to the Warriors is to the players: no turnovers in the first quarter, and you can win the game. Just look and see. In the first quarter, no turnovers, not a lot of threes unless you are open or your name is Curry, maybe Buddy Hield, but
yeah.
Box out has been awful. The box out has been awful. I think Adams missed 2 free throws and Spoon grabbed the rebound. That was great. That was interesting.
I don't know. Draymond did some good boxing out and whatnot. So that's why I thought the defense was pretty okay. I know they scored well over 100, but like aside from the points off turnovers, what were the points off turnovers? Can anybody look that up? Minus that from their total, then we're pretty good, I think. Could be wrong. So just the boxing out, like, I don't know what you can do about that because they're playing the double big. You could get Looney in there, like I said, or QP could play better.
Points off turnovers, 22.
Wow. 22 points off turnovers. Wow. There's your game. Thanks for looking that up. Where do you look that up? NBA.com or?
On ESPN.
Okay. So, don't you think Steph has got to know this by now? Like, you just go look it up, send him the link. Like, Steph, you must have 0 turnovers first quarter. Like, 22 points off turnovers. 22 points. If you just eliminate half of those, you know?
And they only score 12. And Rockets have 13 turnovers. Warriors only score 12.
Yeah.
That's the game right there.
Turnovers.
That's why the Warriors lost, because of turnovers.
Yeah.
Because they dominated fast break. It's 28. Rockets only score 42 in the paint and Warriors 32. That's not bad. So, but when you shoot 49 threes and you only make 15,
I'm literally at the question where somebody asked, maybe it was Slater, do you go into game 7 believing that you know you can beat the zone, or is so? We've got another tape to look at.
Olive said Dray is turning ball over, some because of poor decision making, but also because they know Dray is looking to pass and not shoot.
Yep.
Steph turnover when he gets places because they know he's trying to pass out.
No, I think you were right. Like, obviously, aside from turnovers, what is the other thing that needs to change? Draymond, have better offense. Just have better offense. But that's where Udoka kind of brilliant in that. We're going to make this a Draymond offensive game. Like, we'll let Draymond do anything he wants other than getting the ball to Steph. So we'll put Fred on him and we'll make other changes. Yeah, so it's smart. So now it's your time to rise up and just got to show it. I'm sure Travis is talking to him about that right now. But yeah.
Draymond needs to have a better offense in game 7. I mean, Rockets had 46 rebounds, Warriors 42.
Wow.
Everything's on.
Sorry about that.
And Warriors had 13 offensive rebounds, Rockets 11. That's not bad.
Yep. So the rebounding wasn't that off?
No. Only 4 more rebounds than the Warriors.
How many?
4 more. I mean, Rockets at 46 and Warriors at 42.
Yeah, good job looking that up. Yeah. Hold on, this is weird transcription.
Given some of the struggles, I know it'd be a lot to ask. Like, I went and played a lot. Is Jonathan Kuminga on the table?
He speaks Kawakamish. It's not even English.
Man, if Kuminga plays game 7 and Warriors like win in a blowout, Steve is gonna get a lot of hate.
See.
100%.
Steve said 100%. Jonathan is on the table.
Oh, okay. I thought he was saying 100%. I was right. That he's gonna get a lot of hate. So
that too. Nah, I mean, everybody's on the chopping block. We lose the game, heads will roll.
I would not be shocked if Kerr suffers some consequence. I'm not hoping.
But we might win too. So that's literally like you cannot predict it. So we'll just have to see. And he just kind of like, obviously, FYI, everybody, if we lose, boy, the YouTube views on this channel will plummet. So for that reason alone, I'm rooting for the team. But of course,
it's gonna go up with the Valkyries.
So I hope we win too, and I should be more fearful than anybody else on here because my livelihood is dependent on it. But I'll be fine, and yeah, it's going to be fun just to see how it all plays out. And had we lost the Memphis game, that could have been an alternate timeline that kind of is presented with the same issues as what we're about to face in Game 7. But you can't think about that. Just focus on what's at hand, and tomorrow will come. So just be just like the team. Just be excited for this Game 7. And honestly, it's a blessing to have this level of suspense in our favorite subject matter, basketball, at the highest level, our favorite team. So it's going to be fun. It will be. It is frightening, but it's also fun too in another way. So that erase the frightening part, just go with the fun. Trust me on that.
Do you agree with Olive that Draymond spent too much time arguing with the refs all game?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just as Steph needs to cure the turnovers, Draymond needs to cure. It's just frustration. I think he's figured out how to not yell at teammates. So what ends up happening is all that energy and frustration that he's turned into success ever since his early days in Saginaw. You're able to control the outcome with this sort of energy directed here and there. Well, we're at the highest level here, and a lot of times you got teammates that probably aren't hustling as much as your teammates in Civitan Community Center in Saginaw. Like it's disappointing sometimes. So you'll get frustrated, and it all kind of comes out wrong. But yeah, the thing is now you're Game 7, so you run out of chances, and you've gotten 6 games up until now to keep improving and getting better to a point. He can't really afford to do any more technicals. The limit is 4, and you get automatically suspended. He's at 2, or flagrants, or is it technicals? No, I think it's technicals. I saw the Slater tweet. Go look up Anthony Slater. So
it's flagrants, like 4.
Flagrant. Okay, flagrants. How many technicals though? Is it 7?
Don't know.
Okay, well, yeah. So you've got to be careful too on that. And so, yeah, but I think we always get this extra game. So I hear you on the we've been doing this wrong, doing that wrong, the other thing wrong, but now we got a 7th game to fix it. So any criticism you have is like, okay, well, we got a 7th game to fix it. And if we don't, we'll lose. So we got to fix it.
8. 1 game suspension issued for a player. 8 technical.
There you go. Kerr was saying we've stayed with the formula to start the series. Up 3-1. Things are going well, and obviously last 2. We have to assess everything. So he doesn't have any answers yet. So you got less than 48 hours to assess everything.
I mean, the same formula, is it the same Rocket team?
Yeah. They've morphed into the double bigs.
Oh, okay. I see 7 here. Okay. This website said 7.
Oh, it's 7 techs?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, what's your starting lineup, and what would be your rotation, and is GP2 part of that? I think you have to have a
I'm
defense.
not starting GP2.
Okay. So
I'm starting post. I'm trusting Buddy Hield one more time in the first quarter, and then if he doesn't do it, play Moody.
So your starters are what?
Curry, Hield, Butler, Buddy Hield.
Yeah, I would go with GP and QP. So I would go with Steph, GP, essentially the two, and Jimmy, Draymond, QP. That's mine. That's what I would do. And then also I got a short leash on QP. Looney. QP sucks. Looney's in. And then me too with Buddy. But so
and
sooner or later you got to bring out Gary. So then you bring in a Buddy for Gary. And then for me, short leash on Buddy. And if Buddy doesn't have it, then that's it. Go Moody. At least with Moody, you're getting the defense.
The first guy off the bench for me is JK with Draymond.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay. So you would start Buddy though?
Yeah.
Okay.
The first 2 minutes, you have to show me something.
True. First 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, like how much, I guess the better question is how much of a script do you have? Not much, I would say. Right?
Yes.
Give everybody short leash. That's your script. F it. This is
If Buddy is hot, every time Adams play, I play Buddy.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they're not gonna do that zone if Buddy is.
All right, let's see.
I mean, if Steph, Buddy, and Post are hitting, I don't think they're gonna do zone.
Yeah. It's game 7.
Kerr was trying to do.
You can't hope we'll miss the next one when we've got Buddy and or QP in there. Yeah. You're gonna have to get out of that zone. So that's the goal. Get them out of the zone. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot that can happen.
Dean said you're the best, Rich.
Well, so are you, Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really, as I'm multitasking here. Steve, on the podium, just kind of, in a sense, you could say overly positive, but that is what you have to do on the podium. You cannot show any like, oh yeah, I'm concerned about the zone, or this. No, you have to say these things that sound, like you would roll your eyes, like, what's wrong with you? Aren't you concerned? Like him saying, I like her chances. Like such a cliche and wimpy type, thing to say, but you have to say it. So even though it sounds very, wimpy.
I'm sure the coaching staff is waking up early. Video department, getting all the plays.
It's like the coaching office is the total opposite of what you saw Steve on the podium. There's going to be some yelling, screaming, people cussing at each other and disagreeing with this and that. Trust me. I don't have any insider information on that. It's just kind of what I've heard him say on the podium over the years. Just some hints that they have had, yelling matches and whatnot. So whatever Kerr looked like on the podium tonight, just it's way more way more cutting the vibe of the room with a knife.
Maybe Steph has to tweet locked in like he used to.
Did somebody say that in the comments?
No, I'm just saying it. Locked
Oh,
in.
you got it, yeah. And it's lock in. He never says locked in.
Oh,
I'm nitpicking.
Yeah. And Steph has to say play with force. He hasn't been saying it, so I don't know. Is he saying it to the players? Play with force.
Yeah, man, it's hard to play with force when they're being physical on you. I mean, you're trying your best. You got Jimmy. Anything else going on in the comments? Let's see. Anything else going on here? Excuse me.
Dray is the only one who can defend sengun.
What about Looney? You think?
I mean, yeah, Looney can bother him, but he fouls too. He fouls a lot though.
Yeah. Just finishing up here. Let's take a look. Oh, wow, that's long. All right. Well, we've gone 5.5 hours though, so pretty good.
Let's see.
All right. Well, ready to wrap up here. Let's see.
Dray and GP2 on the floor from DASD. Dray and GP2 on the floor together seems like it's really hard for offense.
True.
I mean, GP2 was on the floor because they wanted to slow down
Fred
and
yeah.
3-1. So
yeah, hard to really predict what will happen, and hard to try to be the coach on the Warriors staff here. All right, I have some extraneous notes here that I'll close up with, and then we'll call it a night because I'm just not getting this transcript done. It's at a very slow process, but I said to RG at some point, well, I've said that already. Let's see. Bloomer about an hour ago said, do we play some bench guys some more? And my thing is, I don't know what to think. So kind of above my pay grade. So let's just see what happens. And another thing that I want to mention is Steve said they threw some haymakers, we threw some haymakers. I guess Jimmy hitting an and 1-3, that's a haymaker and whatnot. I don't think we had the haymakers. The haymaker department was a little subpar tonight. And I don't know. I'm just like I'm like you, Bruce. Like haymakers. How about just get a good bucket? I want good buckets. Care less about the haymakers.
They trying to get to 3.
Then haymakers. You don't do the haymakers without the good buckets first. Like you can't throw the haymaker without having, the barn. Do the barn first, then get the hay. So
Yes.
that's
Keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah. Let's just do that. And just like you said earlier, win the first quarter. So all of these little everyone's tweeting or commenting some adjustment that they want. It's hard, man. Understand it's hard. Like your little adjustment, like just envision you in the coaching room, like, or don't just it's okay to not suggest anything this time for game 7. Like, this is hard, man. This is ultimately the highest level, and we're seeing it. So that's kind of fun.
I'm sure Sunday Curry is gonna come up with something we never thought of, and we'll be like, "Oh man, how did he come up with this?"
Yeah,
we just have to believe. We are the Believe Warriors Part 2.
Yeah, we're right back to We Believe. Even though somebody said that, oh, was it my guy, the dub agent? What's his name? Jeff. No. I can't think of his name anymore. The dub agent. He came up with We Believe. Never got credit for it. The Warriors stole it, made T-shirts. He came in there and signed We Believe.
The Nuggets doing it now. We Believe.
And the Nuggets stole it. Are they still going with that? They're still going with that?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know that you can do We Believe when you're up 3-1, but we are the 7th seed. So I guess we can now go back to We Believe now that it's tied 3-3 and we're the 7th and they're the 2nd seed. But going into being up 3-2 and going into you're up 3-2, I didn't think We Believe was quite appropriate for tonight. But we can go back to that for game 7. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Or we could be we show up. We show up.
Yeah. Draymond wants the 3-second calls against the Rockets. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like there wasn't a whole ton of them. Maybe one we should have gotten, but yeah, there's Dinagon is giving us one in the comments. So I don't know, man. Everybody's right and everybody's wrong, and it's all at the same time, and none of it matters because it's all on Steve. It's all on Steve and Steph and Draymond. Same old guys. Just got to win game 7.
Yeah. You have to show they are Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, let's throw up the Brate Cholo file. And I want to thank you, Bruce, for hopping on. Way to step in and strengthen numbers with Dean Chambers and now Bruce Morrow. Appreciate it.
Strengthen numbers, yes.
So next live, as I open the file, here we go. Sunday. What time is the game? 12:30?
Today he came back. He came here today talking about how he got a new blicky.
For the uninformed, what's a blicky?
How you don't know about no blicky, man? You had a blicky? You told me you had a blicky growing up.
Yeah.
You was a shooter.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a blicky.
Hey, Brate. See you Sunday. Wow,
Yeah,
that's 38 hours. Take care, everybody. Enjoy your Saturday, and we'll be right back here on Sunday. Thanks, Bruce. Bye.
Bye-bye.